Alright, we're gonna get started here in about 3 minutes. So, almost ready, almost ready. Alrighty, here we go, here we go. Welcome and good to have you guys here. This is what is getting started. We are going to be getting things going. We have a couple of people who are going to continue to check in. We're hoping that they do. But guys, we got a lot of people coming in. This is going to be awesome and should be a lot of good competition. Yes, I am wearing green on a green screen. This is just the life that I live. I actually probably should go change shirts. That would be smart. We'll do that before we get started. But guys, we got a lot of competition coming in as things are getting ready. So far it looks like we have 25 people who are going to be going in and playing these 4 rounds. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket itself. And yeah, guys, I mean, just looks really good. A lot of familiar names. We still have a few people who are waiting to get checked in, but everyone else looks like they are good to go. Hopefully, Siri is able to get in. I know that guy has had some pretty impressive runs so far, usually being at the top of the competition. And we'll see what ends up happening. But so far, 25 participants. This, of course, is still going to be 4 rounds in total. And we have about 5 minutes before we start the pre-show stuff. So be sure to stay tuned for that. A lot of exciting things coming your way. This is going to be, of course, set 2, so it could be anything. We generally actually have a pretty good meta here that likes to come. Yes, there are going to be a couple of Dravens, of course, but I mean, we have seen Aurelia be able to do incredibly well. We've seen, Vitz back here, hasn't checked in just yet, unfortunately, but we've seen some Ornn be able to have some pretty solid runs too, and a lot of other really cool forms of competition. So we'll see what ends up going on, but we have 2 weeks left. 8 rounds until we are there at the top of figuring out who's going to be in the top 16. So be looking forward to that. So going to be taking a quick break, getting out of a green shirt on a green screen, and then we will be right back. Okay, there we go, guys. We are unmuted and happy to bring you the Champions of the Rift. This is going to be week 7 of 8. We are ever closer into entering the final moments of this first season here, and it's been an absolutely thrilling time Now, of course, anyone and everyone is able to sign up for this. And if you do go week to week, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But the reason why you would want to go and compete each week is because you are competing to get as many points as possible in said 4 rounds. And so, luckily, if you are able to do so, that's going to be something very helpful there. But the big thing about this is that you are wanting to accumulate as many points to be able to climb up the leaderboard. If you get first place, you're going to be getting 10 points in total added to your leaderboard. And so once you are able to go up to the top 16 in that case, then you are going to be able to go about this properly and hopefully try to qualify in that, because at the end of the season, at the end of these 8 weeks, we're going to have a tournament on Saturday or Sunday to be able to determine who is the best of the best. And of course, first and second place will be getting a custom playmat designed by yours truly. So something to definitely look forward to there, and I can't wait to see who ends up making it to the top. We've had some fierce competition so far, and it looks like we have about 4 minutes left until the end of this, or until we get started in this tournament. So great to have you all here. Now, just so you know, the format for tonight is going to be 4 rounds max, regardless of how many people end up showing up. Right now, 25 people. That's pretty good. So going to be excited to see what kind of level of competition we have right there. And so we are watching the Discord. We are making sure that people are ready to go. And then we will... Let's see. You have 4 minutes to sign up. But yeah, they have competitors have 4 minutes to continue to sign up. If they do sign up at this point, of course, they are automatically checked in. Now, of course, keep in mind, you don't have to play every single round. You can play 1 or 2 rounds. And you do not have to have a deck list submission. So deck lists are completely closed at that point. It looks like really only 3 people so far of the 25 have not checked in yet. So pretty cool to be able to see what all that is going to be able to bring. And so we are going to be having some additional casters here. And so we'll have some people joining in tonight, something that we haven't necessarily had. So you don't have to just listen to me all day, every day. So hopefully that should be helpful for you guys here as well. One of the guys is one of the people that I ended up staying with down at the Vegas regionals. So something pretty exciting there. So really good guy. If you were at Vegas and you saw a dude walking around with a cowboy hat, that's him. So yep, he is a really awesome guy. It'll be fun to see what he's able to bring. And if you guys do want to be able to participate in this tournament, you are able to do so. One of the biggest things that I'm in, right? Let me check. I will refresh. I can manually check you in. Oh, Tara finally knows where the Prime sub is. There we go, Tara. Glad your chat was finally able to help you get that Prime sub going. Let me go and check you in then, Siri. Now you are in. I made sure to check you in. And so you're set there. Okay, cool. Glad we got that taken care of just in time. Finally got in without being too busy. Yes, Bushneg. Good to have you here. Can't wait to see what you're able to bring too, guys. Guys, this is the biggest one that we've had so far. 26 competitors so far, and so it's going to be a lot of fun there. And so, yep, and Dice Gaming is in. So we'll see. We'll get some final refreshing on this 26 competitors. Looks like we're waiting for 2 more to check in if possible. But even if we only have 24, that is going to be the most that we've had so far. So really awesome there. So let's go and get a final break before things get started, and then we will be ready to go. So stay tuned for about a 2-minute break as we get ready. Hello. Oh, let me see. That might be my end. 1 second.
Good
there we go.
Afternoon.
I hear ya.
How are you today, sir?
Oh, good. We're about 2 minutes from getting started, so I'm gonna announce that the round timers are good. Okay, so everyone's
Say
gonna.
it again, please.
Now I've announced that round timers are going, so we'll get people into their rooms, and then we'll go into round 1. And so I'll have
Awesome.
the screen share up. And we'll go from there.
There they go.
So we'll do a quick little intro. I'll introduce you, and we'll get started on round 1. So it should be good.
Awesome. Yeah, for some reason I thought we started at 7 p.m., but it's all good.
No worries. You're here all the same, so that's awesome.
I made it. I just came back from the movie theater and had some dinner.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right, so looks like I'll try to be going for Ivar versus Sylveon. That should be pretty solid, so we'll see.
Nice.
Okay. Actually should be.
0-2. Opa Ivar.
Okay, there we go. They just posted the code. And
So I wasn't able to get here for like pre-whatever,
yeah, it's
but,
usually just me talking to the audience more than anything.
yeah, so we'll talk with each other at the audience, or
Definitely.
Does the recome back button ever help?
Okay, let's see. I'm not sure if I'm giving Sylveon a chance to get in. Just
Yeah, no worries.
There we go. Okay, perfect. So let's get this going.
Okay.
All right, welcome and good to have everyone here. We are joined with a little bit of David Navid and Slipster. Or it looks like maybe not David. He jumped, or maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah, there's
I'm here.
David. Good to have you guys here.
There he is.
And we are in the process of getting game number 1 started up for you guys, which looks like is going to be a Kaisa versus Renata. So that should be rather interesting here.
Yeah, it looks like Renata's on the play, and they started off with a Pouty Poro on turn 1, which is obviously a very good start. They're gonna get their gold started to get that gold generation going.
Yeah, Renata's. I've been seeing a lot of Renatas actually at my locals. I have a few people nearby who have decided that this is their deck, rain or shine.
Nice.
And that aggro package, or as best an aggro package as you can get out of blue, is the way that it needs to go.
Nice. Yeah, you have to get to the 3 points, I believe, within winning to activate the Renata gold generation ability. And I don't really see too much Renatas on my local, so could you tell me what the game plan for the Renata deck looks like?
Yeah, so what I've been seeing is it's a super aggro deck with a lot of 2-drops. And the goal is to just get to 5 as soon as possible and then start dropping these big bombs with all the gold generation that you've had. So this is time warps primarily are the main way to do it, but you can also run with a couple watchers. I've seen some with watchers that also use those as those big bombs that you can get. You can get double watcher turns, stuff like that. But the goal is to use these 2-drops cards like Wages of Pain, and Stupefy to try to sneak as many points up to 5 as you can, and then really turn on from there.
Nice. And then they're using the blue Renata, it looks like. Is that standard from what you've seen?
If you're playing this aggro package, there's no tokens, and so it's the only one that really holds any value.
Awesome.
So it looks like there is going to be a lot of tight gameplay. And I mean, Sylveon is one that has been in the talks a lot in the league. And so I'm curious to now see what Sylveon's going to be able to do with Renata here. There's going to be some tight gameplay. But the hard part is Kai'Sa does have a lot of removal. And so if there is going to be any chance, it might be a little bit tough, especially as we see Hextech Ray coming in on the Ravenbloom student.
Yeah, the Ravenbloom student's a 3 right now. So maybe if there was another spell, they could have saved it. But it looks like they're just going to take the other location with the Patiporo to generate another gold token.
Yeah.
Ooh. Unless
a double Hextech Ray.
Double Ray.
Pretty brutal for the Renata. And yeah, this is why Kai'Sa was so good in set 1, right?
Yeah, this is the primary problem Renata has in the Spiritforged meta, is that she wants to play super aggressively, but blue and yellow do not have a great aggressive package to support that. You're sort of at the mercy of your opponent's removal in a way that other aggro decks don't have to listen to, because you don't have as much accelerate.
Yeah, I'm thinking the only big accelerate is the Watcher, but that's not something you can count on early game.
No, not at all here. And so, unfortunately, especially being able to even use the Windswept Hillock there, I mean, you saw that now the Yordle was able to move from one side to another relatively easy. And interestingly enough, now we have an Ornn coming into play. Now, that gold is going to be a little bit of a boost, but if it gets removed with something like a Singularity, that is going to be setting Sylveon back even further.
Yeah.
Yeah. A Falling Star also works here as well. I believe.
Yeah, there's a deflect 4 on that Falling Star, but at this point, you'd basically win the game. And so you're not super upset necessarily about paying too much. Ornn is a card that I've seen in a lot of these Renata decks that I don't love super much. It goes a little bit slowly. It's supposed to be this sort of mid-game stabilizing unit. But typically, every time I've seen it, I have not seen it accomplish as much as I would hope.
Okay. World Atlas from Renata makes the Ornn slightly bigger, and then the attach is going to make it quite large. So this should be able to take out the Lecturing Yordle on the other side.
And so that still is going to be a big victory right there, one for the Ornn. And if it's going to be able to hold, then a lot more gold is going to be able to be generated. And it looks like now moving in with the Yordle, that much needed card here at this point. But still, with a 3-point deficit right here, Avar is just going to be having a lot of momentum here and only needs to score a couple more points to be able to win this game 1.
Yeah.
That's right. And also... the threat of time warp is looking really real here. So
yeah, time warp's super scary from both sides. I think if we can get the hold here, get 3 gold tokens, we then also get the opportunity to gank with the Hillock, and that can really accelerate Renata to a slightly better game state. But it's going to be really tough, because once Kai'Sa's on 6 with 10 runes up, he's going to have to hold both battlefields to reliably avoid a time warp play.
Oh, but right there, a Piercing Light is going to be coming in, and it looks like it will be repeated, and so that's going to be... or was it? No, it wasn't repeated. No, it wasn't repeated. Just taking out.
I don't think you have to choose. You don't have to choose the Ornn and pay the big deflect cost.
Yeah.
You just
yeah.
Doing that to keep the thing off of the location, and so if he wants to move, he has to play another unit to maintain the hidden card.
It's going to be a really tough spot here. Renata, I mean, you do have 10 up as Renata, so what you could do here is gank with the Ornn and play your own time warp, generate a ton more gold, and now suddenly your legend is in play. So if you gank and time warp, you will start next turn with only 8 runes, but you'll have 7 gold, all of which generates energy as well. So you'll have 15 energy on that next turn. So if you have the time warp, it's a really would have been a great time for it, but it seems like that's not available here.
This is the forecast mech.
Yeah.
Another 2-drop. How many 2-drops do you think that the Renata deck is running? Looks like around like maybe 8. 3 Poros, 3 students, and then 2 of these guys, maybe?
It might be 3, 3, and 3. With how important it is for this deck to get points early, it's very likely that it's not a bad feeling to have all of those 2-drops in the deck, because you have to hit one. I don't know if I've seen a deck that looks quite as rough.
Yeah, but
Renata look
is able to keep the Hillock controlled and ganks over for the 4th point.
yeah, and I mean, already we're seeing more equipment. This is kind of a unique build that, from what I've seen from other Renatas, and especially now that we have 2 World Atlases that are going to be coming in and making this Ornn all the bigger. This could be a mammoth of a card to try to take down. And unfortunately, it looks like outside of the Hextech Rays, we haven't seen very much removal from the Kai'Sa per se, but now a Bellows Breath is going to be coming in and making me probably eat those words a little.
We'll see what the Renata has, but hidden cards. Ooh, what was the hidden cards?
Facebreaker.
Facebreaker. You could have Facebreaker to keep your thing alive, but it just dies there.
That is the struggle.
And that's time more per victory.
Yep, so that's going to be a big win into game number 1. And as these people side deck, one thing that I do want to bring up to your guys' attention is, if you want to be a part of these tournaments, you are able to do so every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. We do get things going. You just have to join the Discord down in the description below, and then we post when the tournaments are available for sign up, usually on Monday afternoons, and you're able to sign up until the start, which is at 6 Eastern on that Tuesday. So you're always able to. We have about 25 competitors so far, and right now we are in round 1, which is Sylveon versus Ivar, and Renata unfortunately just lost to a Time Warp as we get into game number 2.
Yeah, I would expect here to see Arena's Greatest out of Renata. It is an absolute must pick. It just rushes you up to that 5 way faster, puts your opponent on a really big clock.
No, and I've really liked, because it seems like in set 1 we had a huge use of Arena's Greatest, and now everyone has switched over to the Obelisk train, and rightfully so. It is still a very powerful battlefield, but I still love the impact that Arena's Greatest can bring.
Yeah. There's a few more decks running around that love Arenas just a little bit more. That's always the scary thing about playing Arenas, is if you're not the fastest deck in the format, you might be giving your opponent a win. And so people have gotten a little bit more thoughtful about, like, it might not always be a good idea to take Arenas. If I'm playing against something like a Rek'Sai or a Renata, I might actually just be giving them a free game.
Yeah, and you're mentioning Rek'Sai and Renata. What are some are these, in your opinion, like the fastest decks in the format, or is something else you consider to be a little faster?
They're very fast. Depending on which build of Rek'Sai. Silent, I know you were trying out that the Rek'Sai build, the top Rek'Sai build from Vegas that goes very, very fast.
Yeah, it was almost like a miracle Rek'Sai with how it was playing. It was just absolutely crazy. And I was even keeping up with a lot of the miracle builds in the sense of card draw and everything, and just hitting with aggression. So it definitely is out there. But it looks like right now, even both these competitors so far have not quite accounted for the Arena's Greatest. But a Shin coming in for some extra defense might be.
Shin in this deck.
The Stand United coming in.
Yes.
Now let's see what it's gonna be 5 might right now on defense. Let's see what the Kai'Sa is able to do with 6 runes.
Now it looks like, maybe nothing at this point, though might be finally adding a point for Arena's Greatest. We still haven't seen Sylveon add that point just yet, so we'll see if
that's what they're discussing right now.
But even still, That's a huge win right there. And you're able to see the power of Shin, especially since we haven't seen Shin really even all that much in set 2, if at all.
Yeah, it's finding a little bit of a home in Renata just because if you're playing this super aggressive hold deck, you need some sort of combat trick, and Shen might be one of the only ones you get. And it's a pretty valuable card when it has 5 might. And people don't expect it as much because we haven't seen it so much. Once you start to know that Shen's in this deck and you see your opponent holding up 3 runes, you're going to be a little bit more ready for it.
Yeah, and even through all of that, I mean, no Hex Tech Rays in hand, no removal. We haven't even seen necessarily like a Falling Star, even though they might be running Piercing Light as the alternative. I know there's a big debate on which one's actually a little bit better situationally, but even still, it looks like an Ornn's going to be coming in, 2 gold to be able to help boost it. But still, I mean, there's a little bit of an army over on Kai'Sa's side to be able to build and maybe even get some spell slinging coming their way too.
Yeah, Falling Star could hold a lot of value here because the Shen sits at a 3 when not in combat, and so you could really remove a lot of that backline for free here.
2 runes tapped. That looks like a piercing. Oh, a piercing light, double piercing light, or single piercing light on the.
Is he just going for the
Shen
card
right
draw
now?
here?
Interesting. Yeah, just
And
a
maybe
single.
they're gonna follow it up with a stupefy.
You would hope so. Looks like 2 is going to be tapped with both recycled, though, for a Bellows Breath.
Repeated Bell's Breath. Okay, that clears the Shen and the Poro.
And there still are 3 cards left in hand with a decent amount of damage now on the Ornn. If there's maybe a Smokescreen. Nope, there's no chance of Smokescreen. They've already extended both of their Calm runes at that point. And so...
Yeah, Calm runes. My bad. Mind runes, rather.
Or Mind Rune, yeah. So...
These are a very pretty set of runes. I love the Spirit Blossom aesthetic.
Oh yeah, those are amazing runes.
And I saw some people have them in person while we were in Las Vegas the other weekend, and they look fantastic in person as well.
No, I really like the look of it. I still kind of wish they had a little bit of texture to them, just because Riftbound does such a great job with their texturing. But even still, it still looks really good. And we even have a new set of runes coming out in this next set that also look incredibly good.
Oh yeah, those are my favorites so far.
Yeah, the jungle runes look sick.
Yeah, those might be the first ones that I don't immediately put in my my trade section, just because I'm looking for my big bomb cards. I'm not always holding on to runes so much. But maybe I'll hold on to those because those really do look amazing.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. As a jungler main myself, it feels to be right at home. You know, having the Baron pit and the Krug pit, the other stuff. So, all right, we're holding with Ravenbloom Student, and looks like we're gonna hide a card. Ooh. I don't think that Ivor can see it, but we can see that that's a hostile takeover. So this could be really juicy.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know what hostile takeover does off the top of your head?
Yes, so it takes control of an enemy unit for the rest of the turn. If you're playing it on your turn with focus, it will immediately start a showdown at that battlefield with an attempt to conquer. Super strong combo is to hostile takeover and then Call of the Week. So you take control of it, you conquer with it, and then you kill it yourself.
Yeah.
And I was joking around with a Dragons deck, and that was the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Oh no.
Was getting 2 of my Dragons snapped by Call of the Week was the worst experience I think I've ever had playing this game. But it's a really strong combo.
As your dragon leader, was it Volibear, I believe?
Volley.
Yeah.
I actually am a believer in the Dragons deck a little bit. I've been working on it for a week or 2 now, and I'm starting to feel pretty good about where it's going.
Nice.
But yeah,
More gold coming. I think we're at the threshold. Let's see if some fireworks can happen. Yes,
this is the time where double time warp shows up. If we have it, we could move the Ornn back to base, time warp again after moving the Ornn into the other battlefield, and just instantly win the game. Depends on which Renata you're seeing. Some Renatas will run 3 time warps. The other thing you can do is, if you had enough gold, which we don't quite yet, we could throw blue Renata on Arena's Greatest and then time warp so that she readies up, tap her on the next turn for the final point.
But looks like we're getting the gold for the hold right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see what ends up happening right now. Kai'Sa coming in, though, could be a step in the right direction, trying to get some extra card draw right now. But this is something that's been a little bit difficult, too, because we haven't seen Kai'Sa outside of maybe some Yordles to really maintain a lot of card draw here, which seems to be a little bit of a struggle, especially with what, you know, Kai'Sa's generally more known for. But, you know, still able to keep up in the game.
Oh, this could look like
Here's the time warp. Yeah.
Here's warp number 1.
Yeah, you're going to generate another gold, get that 1 gold ready up, and you're actually entering next turn with 10 energy available because of this gold that's readying. And so, yes, we could time warp again. Time warp would also push the Ravenbloom student up to a 3, so as long as our opponent is not holding Hextech Ray, that's winning here.
Yeah, so maybe it was better to bring back the Ornn instead of the Ravenbloom student for this attack.
If it's double time warp, yeah. But it doesn't look like it is. It looks like we're looking for something else here.
Okay. Students at the Ray. Is it big enough?
And it looks like it will.
Nice. Big enough. All right, we're at 7.
And so is Renata going to be able to take down a Kai'Sa here? But even still, even if they are able to, going into game 3 might be a little bit of a struggle, especially maybe when going second against a Kai'Sa. I know that was something that was a big struggle, especially with having to encounter the Hextech Rays. That was something that did put Sylvie on a little bit of a back foot, though this game is a completely different one at that.
Yeah.
It's going exactly to plan.
Yeah, something we have to note here is with exactly three held up is Shen. Shen is being presented,
right.
Which is something that Ivar now has to play around, even though we've already seen a Shen, and it's something that is a little bit tougher to play around when you're playing Kai'Sa, because the Shen can come in reaction to spells.
Yeah. Well, the Renata has 4 up for what it's worth.
Yeah, that is true. There's 4 here as well. So you have Shen plus Stupefy. There's a lot available. And you have to be very careful playing against Renata players, especially if you don't do it often. If you don't play against the deck that much, a lot of these plays can actually take you by surprise because they're just a little bit different to what you typically expect.
I haven't seen any Dariuses from the Kai'Sa player. Is that falling out of favor, or is it just we haven't seen it in this list so far?
Silent, you'd have to answer that one. Kai'Sa's way out of my my knowledge zone.
What was the question one more time?
We haven't seen any Dariuses. Has Darius fallen out of favor, or?
Yeah. Yeah, so what this deck has mainly been evolving around is let's play a ton of small units here. Here comes with a Falling Star on top of that, but it's gonna
be enough to.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. It's a big play there, but yeah, it's been going to the point now of I play a lot of really small units so I can play more of the bigger spells, the removal, and then just have my little guys do the fighting for me. And so no Darius, no Kai'Sas. You're usually just running the one from the champion zone, and that's it. But that was a very big play from Ivar, and now we got to hope that Renata is going to somehow be able to build up a board state and get that dreaded final point.
Yeah. Don't quite have enough for double Watcher. But we can get a single Watcher out, which might in itself be quite a bit of a problem, depending on what's in Kai'Sa's hand.
Double Hostile Takeover could be really funny.
Oh, Echo. Okay, so this is one of the Echo variants. I've seen some that run Echo and some that run the Watcher as their big mid-game accelerate unit. I have not seen... I think I've seen one person who runs both, who runs them at 2 and 2.
Okay. So this is 5, 6, 7, 7 mites, right? Versus
Yeah.
4. And ooh, it's big enough. So we're gonna draw a card. And we're gonna try to hold.
Three runes available, so we could see a third Shen, which would be pretty surprising at this point, but it would be hilarious.
I think
With
the
Rocket
Shen,
Barrage.
first Shen was in game 1, no? So we only seen one Shen this
No,
particular
it
match.
was game 2.
Oh, okay, never mind. But
Yeah.
Rocket Barrage takes out the World Atlas, and
That's-
looks like we'll have enough might on face up on the board to take over the arena's greatest.
Yeah, there's still 3 up here, which is going to force Geisa to play a little bit more offensively. Piercing Light's interesting here because it doesn't change the math too much.
Big on tap.
Yeah, big on tap unfortunately doesn't matter because Kaisa already captured,
Yeah.
and so you don't get to use any of the energy, and so Renata's now really stuck. Like you need to take both battlefields here. We can have another Echo.
I mean, that's at least a step in the right direction, but still, how do you take down both battlefields? There's no chance of a time warp necessarily at this point. Echo can't die here. Maybe this final card, but even still, I mean, it's yellow. There could be
It's
some
wages.
Also
removal.
takeover, right?
Yeah.
I know, we're out
think
of
you do it with the.
Out of energy
Nothing
for
to do-
wages here too. We're looking for Hidden Blade potentially.
Yeah, that's the last out, or a Cold Awake will do it as well,
Yeah.
but it could be GG.
Yep, and it's
Yeah, it
looking
looks
like
like
it will
that's
be.
it.
Oh,
The Renata struggle is very real.
yeah, definitely. And so, unfortunately, that's going to be how it goes down. Renata had some good shining moments there. Definitely not something to count where we normally say. We normally say that Renata's maybe just a multiplayer deck. It's something that is only meant in like D tier and single player, but it's like, hey, no,
Yeah.
there might actually be something there.
Yeah, there's definitely. I think she's someone to look out for in the next couple sets because I think if blue and yellow get something else in that early aggressive lens, she's gonna get a lot stronger. Her trouble right now is not finishing games most of the time, though it was there. Most of the time, her trouble is getting to 5 at all. Is the early game goes too bad, she gets wiped off the board, and she never gets to reestablish. And so if there's any sort of set 3, set 4, we start to see things that have a little bit more sticking power from blue and yellow. She's going to get a lot more strong, and going to become somebody that's really terrifying if we ever get there.
Yeah, I agree. I've had my eyes on Renata as like one of the champions with like the most potential. Like she's like a potential girl, where it's like, you know, not like there's not a lot of other characters in the game that can go above 12 energy in a single turn like Renata can. And so maybe in the future, with enough gold generation and points, you can see some really crazy plays in the future. But I don't think that's what's happening right now.
Yeah. And so
Looks like we're jumping in here on Victor Draven.
Yeah.
Ooh, Victor Draven.
And it looks like also we had a little bit of a mix-up on the competition where the reset on challenge was just really weird.
Interesting.
And so we'll see what ends up happening here, but let's see.
Cloth armor out of Victor, and it's blue Victor actually. So, not like a lot of the builds I've seen. Looks to be the full control.
Yeah, a 39 spells Victor is a classic. I may have a different take than a lot of people. I think that it's good. I like that it exists. Maybe that's the wrong take, but I think that it's good for games to have alternate ideas of how to play the game, alternate ways to win, and one thing that Riftbound can sometimes struggle a little bit in currently is that since you have to get to 8 points, there's a little bit less variety in win condition. And so the fact that an attrition deck exists is showing that the game has a little bit more opportunity in terms of creativity and win condition than maybe it did before.
All right, blood money out of Victor. We're shooting. Gonna get 1 gold. Very exciting. That's the Gangplank parlay ability from League of Legends. Very
Yes.
fun. You know, that used to be able to kill your own minions, and you could deny CS to your opponents. That was the only thing that did that
Oh my
in this
gosh.
game. Ooh,
Double
second
blood money. That one's definitely going to get denied.
Get axed.
It is early.
Okay.
This blood money just fizzles here. It does technically count as being played, but it doesn't have a legal target.
Yep.
So still,
This is a good, fine start for Victor, though.
Yeah. And it does seem to be the mid-range variant. Maybe it's the winners list from Vegas. Could be different. The Sneaky Deckhand doesn't seem to be a very traditional choice, I would say.
no, I'd agree with you there. But that was already a little good switcheroo right there with Tide Turner coming in. One of the best combos here that's utilized really well here with Draven. And so that's going to be 5 now to 1 as a Consult the Pass is going to be activated for a draw 2.
Yeah. I wonder if Sneaky Deckhand is something that sits in sideboard specifically for matchups like this, because Victor, especially 39 spells Victor, can basically put Draven in point hell, where there's just no points being scored. And Sneaky Deckhand can at least score a few points where other units fail to do so for Draven.
The Accelerate's really good on her, or the Pseudo Accelerate.
Yeah.
I do want to point out the Padawan's got a really funny background here. I'm a big fan of the sniper anime girl.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, that is a funny background.
Now, here's the dangerous part, though. That was a hidden blade that just came in to be able to take out the Sneaky Deckhand here. That's going to be a great addition, but, it just sucks when you give your opponent, especially one that's playing Draven, those 2 extra cards, because that's the last thing you want in a Draven's arsenal is a ton of cards in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea is, right, that you want to be attritioning the opponent out of their cards and using your cards to... Oh, ooh.
That's an interesting variance here.
Yeah, the tokens enter ready, Renata. So... Huh.
Maybe a little bit of a surprise there, but definitely one that can be utilized properly. If you get a chance to be able to make a lot of tokens and continue to bombard like something with Vanguard Armory, then you can just keep hitting time and time and time again with a readied unit. But there is a lot of removal here as a Kaisa comes in and attacks right into the battlefield.
Yep. We're gonna...
Yeah, Draven scoring up very high here. It's very... A lot of cards and a lot of points very early. The pressure is already on, and this is the worst place to be against Draven, is down a ton of points. It's just, he gets so many opportunities to set up that game-winning play. And when he has this many cards in hand, the odds that you're going to be able to consistently beat out the game-winning play over and over and over again is so low.
Agreed. Now, what do you think is in the thought process of putting the Renata in the deck? It's for like Vanguard Armory plays, because if you make the ready token on the opponent's turn with the Victor Inventor, you can't really use them when they're ready on their turn. So it must be like for Vanguard Armory purposes.
It has to be, but at this point it's almost too late in the game to be playing out the Renata here. Now here comes the Singularity, at least that's going to be blowing up the Kaisa and Nox is hopeful, but you just played out a Renata and now you have to start to utilize it just to get you a point and hope that you can continue to play here. So it looks like now a recruit's going to be coming in. It, of course, will be readied at that, but still, it's tough because there's a lot of aggression that Draven's able to dish out.
Yeah.
We're tapped out, and if we have any accelerate from the Draven, it looks like a W.
Yeah,
anything else.
Targon's readying 2 makes a big difference because Victor
that is big.
Victor will run Facebreaker, and Facebreaker might be the game-winning play. He seems like he's forgotten to ready his 2 though, and that tells us a lot. It says a ton about the circumstance. Yeah.
And 1.
Yep, and there goes the Renata falling, and looks like going into now game number 2 as the Draven takes down the Victor somewhat handedly there, unfortunately. Definitely not something you want to see, especially when Victor can usually have a good matchup.
Or game 2 or game...
Because I know we had Padawan talk in the chat. He said we just started game 1, opponent was late. And
I see.
I wouldn't watch this game. But I'm like, I've already tried joining 3 different lobbies, so it's like, well, we're watching this one, you know. At least we have the anime girl to look at, so that's good.
Yeah, look, there was a little bit more that I think we could have gotten out of there. We had a cloth armor sitting in base that could have been attached for an extra +2 on either the recruit or the Renata. A couple runes that it might have been able to ready up.
Yeah.
I would have to look at the hand to see if there was really any hope there, but it looked like we might have had a bit of a shot to defend at least one of those battlefields and see if we couldn't keep the game going on.
Yeah, so...
But it looks like we're going to game 2 here. And what do you think is the good battlefield for Victor in this situation? Maybe the war camp? But it looks like this is a more equipment-focused build with Orin's Forge and Veil Temple being hidden or taken out. So maybe more World Atlases, more Cloth Armors. The Zero Drive? I doubt that, but anything's possible.
Yeah, no, definitely. And so we'll see how that...
Zero Drive.
I mean, it's got with what it's able to do. It's got to see play in coming sets, right?
Eventually. Oh, Ravenloom could start to make sense as well.
It's a great one.
Yeah.
I wish. I have dreams of a Z Drive deck. My MO in every set has been like a new meme deck a week that I bring to a local, get crushed on, and then go back to the drawing board and try to build a new silly deck to try to make work. And Z Drive is like at some point this set, I'm going to figure it out, and it will be my magnum opus of all of my meme decks. But I just cannot figure out how to get it right.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, we have a good series of reveals that are going to be starting here in about 3 days, and so we'll see if maybe we get a little bit of breath of fresh air of new cards coming in. But we will see. So let's go ahead and take a look at game number 2 here as they get set up and started. We'll see what is able to be done.
So we're starting off with a very basic Draven on turn 1. Just play your guy out. Get the cakes and get the points. And let's see what happens now. Stupefy. Ooh, Stupefy plus... What?
What do we have with those 3 to base? Yeah.
It might just be a card draw desperation play there.
Yeah, maybe looking for a Call of the Week, because this is like peak Call of the Week times for a Victor player. Is like you
for sure.
Capture with the recruit, you Call the Week, you stand up from the table and like shake your fists in victory is sort of how it feels.
Well, we're just playing the Victor to base. So I feel like that's a sign of weakness.
We get a draw here potentially.
Yeah, we are gonna get the reveal. Does it say it says spell right specifically on the conservatory? Yeah, so you can't.
This Victor deck should almost never miss on that.
Wages of Pain. That's a hit.
Yep. It is supposed to be revealed. That is something that TCGA typically has a bit of a trouble with. people forget that they have to reveal things to their opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that TCGA has inspired in me is thumbs upping at my opponents when they move into battlefields. When I'm sitting across from them, they'll be like, I'm moving in here, and I'll just thumbs up at them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, all right, I suppose I don't have any responses, tapped out and 0 mana up, and no hidden cards. So make your point. But it's always really good to enunciate everything when you're playing in person.
Definitely. Don't want to get into any sort of communication things. All of that, very important.
Yeah. And so, but I mean, right now, a falling star coming in, that is going to be a huge impact. Double hit on Victor. It is more than dead at this point, and Draven might start to just run away with this game as a sneaky deckhand comes in, scoring another point.
Yeah, they're going to hold the 4, most likely. High in the fighter flight on the sneaky deckhand location, probably?
I mean, you might put it on the Draven to prevent
true.
Hidden Blade? I don't know.
Whatever the case is, it's looking rough already for Cake.
Yeah,
it's going to be a really tough spot.
That's why I wasn't super excited about just playing out the Victor. We're going down runes. But right now, we can punish if we find Singularity. But just playing Recruiting Base and Wages the Deckhand?
Yeah, it kind of wages the deckhand here.
I mean, with enough Call of the Weeks, though, anything is possible.
Yeah,
for sure.
If we had a Call of the Week, though, we would have seen it last turn or at the beginning of this turn before we played the Recruit.
That's the hardest part, and it's like that's one of the biggest pieces that you want in this deck, and unfortunately the Victor just hasn't been able to see it at all. And it's like we have seen a Hidden Blade almost out of desperation to try to get rid of something in game 1, but still wasn't able to really have all that much of an impact and gave way too many card advantage to the Draven player.
Yeah. At least this game we have a good card economy on the side of Victor, so we're going to be in a better spot than we were last game. But it's still going to be very hard.
We are also looking for the combo of Imperial Decree plus Bellows Breath. We just have to be playing towards. That would be able to clear both these guys, for example.
Yeah, but I mean, already we're able to see that it's 4-1 currently, and unless we are able to start getting some stuff going, Jace might be a step in the right direction with that, as a Vanguard Armory is going to be utilized here, sacrificing the gold, and then 3 more units. So at least a step in the right direction, but still, it's like when you have a Darius and a Draven out on the board, you are able to score so many points, and I don't know if at this point Cake is going to be able to come out against Padawan.
Shinjao. 4 might. Tank. Comes in ready.
With a Stupefy.
Oh no, this is not going to work out well.
Well, yeah, you can throw both the Shinjao and the Recruit at the Draven in theory, and then even if he buffs up, you're still trading. But probably just looking for card draw at this time. Oh no, we're going to throw the Shinjao in. This just loses to a power.
Yeah, I mean, this is an easy rune to sacrifice at this point.
5, yeah.
It's tapped out. Yeah, this is a very interesting decision.
Might have been a little bit of a misplay, just not necessarily realizing what Draven's able to do here. So it looks like he's like, hey, can I take that back real quick? And he's like, yeah, because otherwise that is a very hard lesson to learn.
Yes, that's a mistake for sure. No hidden card means we don't have the Facebreaker or the Hidden Blade to try to defend this Conservatory either. So Draven is scoring to 6 here every time.
Looks like they're scoring to 5.
Well, they held to 5. That Darius is going to push over.
Then Darius is scoring to 6, yes. Darius is definitely scoring to 6.
And then that's immediately going to be a 1 combat too. And so it looks like
that sword is a miss.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a whiff. The F sword in this deck is really interesting.
There are a lot of guys to hold it. I've seen builds with the Blade of the Ruin King, which I think would be really cool to see play.
Why ever play Blade of the Ruin King when BF Sword exists is the question.
What do you think BF Sword stands for? Best Friend Sword? That's what I think.
Big freaking sword. That's my vote.
That's always been what I've thought in League. It's a pretty large sword. Though it's reminiscent of Roald Dahl, of course. The classic BFG,
giant.
yes.
Yeah.
The big friendly sword. Ooh,
Okay.
now is a good time for Call of the Week. Get rid of one of your unreadied recruits. It's a tough choice here, I think, if you're Draven. Oh, you can use the Tide Turner, sack your Tide Turner instead. Much less difficult choice.
For some reason, I thought that thing said Fighter Flight, but it looks like it was a Tide Turn this whole time.
Oh, Singularity would feel amazing here, but it's going to be Imperial Decree instead.
Hard bargain.
Ooh. Yeah, with the bargain.
Crushing.
Yeah, with the bargain.
And that makes
And
Draven...
he gets to ready this thing, too.
Yeah. This is a disastrous place to be.
Yeah, because there's just no way to be able to get over the might at this point, unfortunately. You might be able to get one held, but then, of course, Darius can just immediately go back, play 2 cards, he readies, and goes right back in. And this game is pretty much as good as done for Cake here.
Well, let's see. I mean, 8... Yeah, 8, 10... Wait?
That's...
Yeah, theoretically this clears. Theoretically.
Well, Imperial Decree got hard bargained. It doesn't clear.
Yeah.
No, like, that plus Jason ends in Zhao.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's gonna
Obviously,
be...
there's like a million things that could, like, be in Padawan's hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 cards in hand is spooky.
So this is to try to clear the Darius.
This gets rebuked or fight or flighted immediately if I have it as Draven.
Yeah.
I can essentially win the game right here if I can hold this combat. He's gonna send the Jason as well. He's looking to full trade. Got 9 against 9. Again, this does just lose to the Draven power though.
Set 11, 13, minus 2 is 11, 4, 8, 9. Yeah, it does lose to that.
It just loses to Draven again. It just seems like we're not calculating that in our math right now.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very big... I mean, it's just like slightly maybe delaying the inevitable. You're able to take out 1 unit. Maybe you're able to start to bring it back a little bit, but still, with the Darius falling, at least you're going to be able to potentially hold the other battlefield, but still, this is going to be another 1 combat and another drawn card for the Draven and another gold creation at that.
Yeah, you are still losing here to a second Darius. You're losing to Fight or Flight or just Kaisa. That is another thing that is game winning.
Yep, and there it is. That's going to be a big 2-0 there versus the Victor, and unfortunately, it just wasn't quite able to get going. Looks like it just had a lot of moves in the right places, but all things considered, just was never quite able to get going.
Yeah, that deck really relies on being ahead of the curve. With your removal spells, getting those removal spells early to keep yourself ahead, and then the Vanguard Armory feels really impactful when your opponent is trying to contend with 3 free might every turn when they can't get on the board to begin with. But once you're behind, 3 recruits every turn doesn't feel that important. It's much less impactful at that time.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely agree with you there. But with that being said, guys, we are going to be taking, it looks like we have a couple of more competitors that are still finishing up their round. And so we're not going to be hopping into another game, but we will be taking a quick, probably 5-10 minute break. And then we will see what ends up happening. So we will be right back and keep you guys posted. No, I'm not your next opponent. I'm just saying I was going to do a quick announcement, and then you hopped into this chat. All right, guys, so we had a little bit of a mix-up on round one where for some reason challenge ended up actually resetting, so that's why we've been gone a little bit longer. We do have everything fixed now, luckily, so over here we are going to be doing 3 rounds tonight. I am going to be manually entering all the results from round one. We have regenerated everything, and so we are going to be starting this momentarily. It has been a little bit of a mess, but we're getting there, and excited to see what is going to be coming here in round number 2. So that was a mess and a half, but we're definitely going to be getting that going. So stay tuned. We're going to be starting round number 2 here in about a couple of minutes, as I think we're still waiting for 1 or 2 people finishing game number 1. All right, guys, welcome back. So we had a little bit of a mishap going on where challenge blipped. So we had that getting taken care of. We have one more team that is currently in turns. They have just started turn 0 due to the time, and then we'll get going from turn 2 or from round 2 on. So again, I am joined here with David and the Slipster, who ended up actually playing against each other in Vegas.
Yeah, we were playing in some side events together, and I just introduced myself during the break, and he was like, "Are you the same guy?" I was like, "The one and only," and we were able to figure it out. And
yes, he crushed my Rek'Sai deck with his Draven. I was crushed beneath the foot of Draven, as is typical for Rek'Sai players these days.
Nope. The Rek'Sai deck definitely has a lot of game into most other stuff, but this miracle package is very powerful, and it looks like people figure out an even more powerful version with a detonate package that was discovered the past weekend.
Yeah. I wonder, did y'all see the news that they announced that they're considering bans currently?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I did. I wasn't sure if we were going to be doing any ban talk on this cast.
Might as well.
But might as well. I know sometimes people are hesitant to speculate.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, what was said is basically, hey, we might ban something. Wink, wink. Something's going to happen. So be prepared. That was their way of just letting us know. And I'm on team. They should ban something. This miracle package is not really what Riftbound should be about, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, personally, I believe Called Shot should be. I just posted a video talking about Dave's response and going into that in a bit more detail. But the biggest thing is Called Shot, I believe, is the one that could see the ban. I know a lot of people are maybe getting a little trigger happy with some of the responses, saying like fight or flight rebukes and all these other, and it's like, whoa. They said only if absolutely necessary, and that seems to be pointing at Called Shot.
Yeah, the tough thing with the if absolutely necessary, with Called Shot is that the number one deck in the format doesn't actually run it. The mid range deck that's actually sort of pushing everything out of the meta in a way is not running Called Shot, and so I think there's a worry that I have is that if Called Shot ends up being the direction they go, that we actually end up in an even more stagnant meta around mid-range Draven, where a lot of the decks that have been competing with him go away because Called Shot left.
That's true. That's true. Though you like remove like the miracle decks from the format, and maybe you could like focus fire all on like the mid range Draven list, and maybe that proves to be not possible. But yeah, for game for like tournament logistics regions as well, I think that Call Shot should go. For like mainly that, but if you want to hit something else out of the Draven deck, it's hard to tell exactly what is like the biggest offender, because they're all good. All the options are powerful, and they're not like exclusive to Draven, except for the passive and the leader and the axe.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. But right now, looks like we did just get round 2 pairings going on. So we will be hopping into those in a moment. But yeah, I mean, definitely the talk on what is going to be coming is definitely one that has a lot of emotion behind it. A lot of people are discussing, which is good. I'm glad we do have the discussion. But we definitely got to be a little respectful at it as well. But it looks like a lot of people have been.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they keep their finger off the ban button for a little bit longer. Just because I know they tested a lot of the early sets together, and so if Draven is still a problem in set 3, maybe that's when I would start to really feel super passionate about it. But I am not super worried that a card game in its early stages is going to stay like this forever. It never does.
Yeah, definitely. And so, well, a lot of good points there. If you guys have your points, always feel free to share it in the comments as well as we go through this chat. We are going to be going into round number 2, which is going to be LDZ versus Willwin, and surprisingly, a Kaisa mirror match, as both like the alt-art runes with that as well.
Oh, I love that. This bringing me back to set 1. The number of Kaisa mirror matchups that I watched on TCG Arena. I've spent a lot of my life on Kaisa mirrors. I'll say it that way.
So, and with that, it looks like this is going to be a spell-slinging kind of deck. We already had a Piercing Light that has slid into the DMs and devastated the board. And it looks like on both sides, we've both been trying to get things moving here. And we'll see what ends up happening.
Watching this.
Oh, yep, let me get that going again for you guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't want to like, yell at you on air.
Call me out.
Yeah, awesome.
And so yeah, with that going on though, it's gonna be a little bit of a tough. I don't know if it comes down to who had the better card draw, who has the better card, who has the better spell removal here. But right now, it looks like another Falling Star is going to be clearing the Void State, especially as both are playing Void Gate here and just absolutely destroying each other's boards.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it looks like IDZ has resolved a progress day, and that's why they have so many more cards in hand. So we'll see where that leads us.
Yeah, this matchup is always, especially in set 2, with a lot of the quicker options, the accelerated high cost units, leaving the deck in favor of more removal. This is an economy matchup to the fullest extent. It's trying to get the most out of your cards and your runes so that you're not over so that you are the one with cards left in hand when everything is exploded.
Yeah.
And I mean, right there is another piercing light coming in. Now, of course, Watchful Sentry was the sacrificial lamb there. Able to draw a card, though. Very great job there. But, I mean, right now, you're not seeing a whole lot going on. And there's a Bellows Breath coming in, trying to attack a Poro there. Gonna be destroying that. But both competitors are not playing their Kaisas yet with all those runes that are being left up turn to turn.
Oh, there it is right now.
The first bold Kaisa.
Probably has retreats as backup to pick it up if oh, never mind, gets it in.
Yeah,
I
currently
suppose with only 2 cards in hand, they're not afraid of exactly Void Seeker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, currently Will Win is really behind in the economy game, and so it may take another 5 or 6 turns, but Will Win is very much behind. A retreat here is crushing.
Yep, so a retreat after a singularity. I mean, you definitely don't want to use that on just a single unit, but man, if you could, it would be Kaisa, but that retreat is going to be such a game changer there too. Another one coming in as a Hextech Ray is destroying another Noxus Hopeful with that additional damage coming in, and finally a Ferris Forerunner to hopefully stop the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, the Ferris Forerunner is pretty sticky. The backside gets killed by, one falling star rather. We'll see if this thing is able to, be strong, and it should be strong in these kinds of matchups, so the removal matchups. But very low on cards, Will Win is.
Yeah, he's gonna need a few Stupefies, maybe some Sentries or Yordles to start to refill this hand. But those plays just feel worse as the game gets later because there's gonna be removal on the other side. And so you're likely playing these for just the draw and hoping that the body manages to stick.
Mm-hmm.
Singularity plus Falling Star is crushing here if it happens.
Oh, yeah. Notably, Will Win also has his Kaisa in the champ zone still.
Yeah, but I mean, really, he's gonna need to start getting some card draw going. He's only down to 2 cards in hand. And I know that's a tough call to sometimes make, but when you're seeing 2 cards to 7 cards in hand, it's like, we gotta be doing something here to getting back into this game. Otherwise, Kaisa's just gonna run away as we see a smoke screen coming in on that.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
But though Will Win can kill the Kaisa if they have, removal, but it doesn't look like they do.
Yeah, this
Accelerated
matchup...
Kaisa.
Oh my gosh, we have to just play Time Warp out. That's sad.
Hello.
Hello.
And so we'll see what ends up coming of this Time Warp, but the hard part is that again feels like a desperation move as another Singularity is coming in. Will it finally be hitting? Yep, looks like it will.
Alright. Find its mark, but...
There's so many cards in hand, there's no way either of these mechs will stick.
Stupefy, though, for the card draw.
Maybe he gets them to stick. It's still such a nasty situation.
Alright. Mech at 1 might, though, any removal kills it, but it looks like it gets to go in. Do you want to accelerate the Kaisa at this point, or do you want to just go in with the mech on the other point?
I feel
like you just need to get the cards.
Well, there was just a lot that was said there with the Stupefies here, and it seems like that he's not quite able to find a lot of the spell removal, but finally a Hex Tech Ray. So at that, I would be accelerating the Kaisa in now after this. After this unit moves in.
Yeah, the best part that we have here in this game is that we may actually need to be on burn watch. Is LDZ is up to 16 cards left, still a ways away, but if we keep just removing everything on each side, burn is a possible win condition.
No, burn only gets you 1 point, I believe, right?
Only 1, but it can be the winning point.
It can be the winning. That's how I lost a match in Vegas. I was holding a battlefield with like 7 units against a big singularity.
Yeah.
Against a set, and I had like 6 cards left in deck, and Draven is not a May. Draven Hero Power is not a May, and they just threw in all their weenies, and I lost the game to Burnout.
That is hilarious and very creative. I am a big fan.
Like, let me just make sure the rules work this way. Okay, we're just using the Time Warp as an explorer. So it must be a lot of kill spells in hand for IDZ.
I mean, at this point, it's like this is one of the few circumstances where I would really want to consider putting Vi into the deck just to be able to get a bunch of my removal spells back in so that I could hopefully try to get back at it. But even still, with no shuffling in this game, that would be very difficult to try to do.
Yeah, the nice thing about Vi is that you get to put them in whatever order you would like. And so you can kind of reorder your deck based on what you're looking at in your hand. Is if you have a bunch of removal in hand, you can play Vi, cycle all your units back into your deck on top, or you can do it alternating, or you can do your removal spells first.
Rocket Barrage.
Nothing is sticking from LDZ.
And actually, Will Win is up on points now.
Yeah, and with only 2 cards in hand for pretty much the entire duration of the game, and there's an 8-card disparity here, 12 to 20, and even with that kind of disparity, Will Win is still up by 1, so maybe the name of your username might have a bigger impact than the cards drawn here.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter if you only have 2 cards in hand if they're always the right answer.
Yeah. And so
LDZ's doing a lot of thinking.
Another Time Warp. Is this the third night one?
The third Time Warp of the game. 2 from LDZ, 1 from Will Win.
Yeah, but again, it looks like maybe a little bit of a desperation move, trying to get something going, and this is really where the shortcomings of the deck might be realized, where you are only playing one Kaisa that's able to be accelerated out. Otherwise, you're playing the Noxus Hopefuls, the Watchful Sentries, and units like that just can't get into the battle just yet. And so it's like, man, if we had the Dariuses and things like that, it might be a little bit better as a Piercing Light comes in, able to get the movement going. But now we'll see what Will Win is able to do as all the runes are expended here.
Yeah. Now the sentries are coming in from the other side, which means he's soon to have the card advantage if he keeps finding his card draw in the bottom of his deck. Whether that's good or bad with how close we're starting to get to the bottom of these decks, we'll have to figure out.
Oh boy. Both players have been at full runes for a very long time. Oh, is this the Accelerated Watcher?
I mean, anything to get a point at this point, and so it's like if I can just make it 5-5, I'm that much closer to be able to do so. But still, it's like, again, it keeps seeming like after all the spell removal, it's just been almost a little bit of desperation move after desperation move.
Well, I mean, the Watcher has Accelerate for a reason.
Yeah.
It gets the point. And honestly, this is like a very big card to, using that to just to clear the guy.
That is a ton of Piercing Lights we've seen. Progress Day from the other side now.
And I mean, still with 6 runes left to do whatever you want to do. I mean, that's not bad at all. And so a Falling Star is going to be...
This is probably Falling Star plus Stupefy. Oh, no,
don't need it.
Don't need it, yeah.
Void Gate. Yeah, oh, you're right. You're so right.
Void Gate, truly the worst possible mirror matchup to have both battlefields on.
And that's why they probably both just used it in game 1 to say, let's get this out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see this.
Owen still has more cards in deck, and man, it's starting to get pretty low here. Depends on how much removal we still have left from both players. We've seen a lot, but we know that Kaisa never really truly runs out.
No, as
Singularity
another
for one.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing: is it going to come down to where they go down to 0 cards and a point is actually scored because the opponent was decked out?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that happen before, and I'm very excited to see that happen in this game.
Yeah.
So I'm rooting for more removal.
Well, the fun part is when they both burn out, and this could really cause this game to be just a nightmare viewership experience. Is if they both burn out. When you burn out and your opponent scores the point, you shuffle your deck back in. So we could theoretically see them both shuffle their deck back in, get all their removal back, and go back to removing each other's stuff for another 15 turns.
Now, Judge, do you happen to know what happens if they burn out a second time?
It's another point. You score a point each time your opponent burns out until somebody presumably has 8. I don't think the creators considered a possibility of burning out more than once.
Okay. I heard when my burnout thing happened that like if it goes into the second burnout, you give 2 points at that point instead of the 1 point.
I'd have to go reading back in on the burnout to be sure, because again, that's one of those things that you skim over when you're preparing to judge an event because you're like,
this
who the heck decks out twice in one game?
Miracle does, obviously.
Yeah, so maybe I'm just spreading false information here, but all right, let's see what Will Win is about to play.
Gosh, and it's like, what do I even have left in my deck? Do I even want to do like a progress day? Here comes another Watcher coming in accelerated to try to get another point.
1 point.
But it's been such a grind in this game 1, but at the same time, it's only been 10 minutes in this round. We haven't been going for very long, but you get to see the board state we're at right now.
Yeah, and it looks like, based on the fact that we haven't seen too many Watchers yet this game, this may become Watcher Wars, where they both just throw Watchers at each other for a couple turns. Seen 1 from each side, I think, at this point.
Yeah. So one thing I haven't noticed is no Cathian Rain. Is that just not in the deck anymore?
I don't think either side has had a board big enough to justify playing it yet.
Yeah, this is true. A Cathian Rain by Electron.
Have you seen it around a lot?
Oh, another singularity for 1.
Yep, that
the Void Gate is enough.
Yes, this is the best part about Void Gate is that the removal has been way too efficient this game. That's been the problem, is that Hopefuls, Kaisas, and Watchers are dying to things they wouldn't normally, which is what's making this game take so egregiously long.
And the Bellas
my gosh.
Oh, the retreat! Man, this is fun. This is Riftbound, baby.
Yeah, people talking about Miracle being the suboptimal for the game's length. What about this? 4 cards left in deck. I mean, we are very likely with a sentry on the board. We're very likely to see LDZ burn out here.
You know, it would be a really fun card. You know, in their sideboard. I doubt they have it, but like a garbage grabber could be huge. You know, for recycling your stuff and drawing extra cards in these sort of situations.
Yeah, garbage grabber. There's a few decks I've seen where garbage grabber is just included as the idea of like, I'm definitely going to burn out, so I need to have some way to force myself not to burn. And garbage grabber is a great way to do it because you can give yourself a few turns.
Okay. Well, this one score looks like it will.
Score.
Yeah. I've seen garbage grabber out of the Lux deck to as just like a thing you can play on turn 2.
Oh my god.
The retreat again. Though luckily this isn't pre-errata where he would have IDC would have had to shoot his own thousand-tailed watcher.
Yes. Yeah, that is the nice part about the Falling Star errata is it actually makes it slightly better in the mirror matchup because Retreat made Falling Star such a risky card. And there's the 3rd singularity out to kill another Watcher.
Gosh, it's the gift that keeps on giving here, but it's like there's 1 card left in deck at this point.
Well, there actually is 1 card left in deck.
And it's like, all right, well, let's see what happens. I mean, it's still only 6-6. Each point has really had to be earned here. I mean...
Yeah. If this Yordle conquers on next turn, he wins.
Yeah.
Is that Rengar?
Yeah, you definitely want to, get that 7th point and not be gifted the 7th point, because otherwise you'd have to start drawing cards on your Conqueror.
Yeah,
Yeah, you want to get some before they
Will
burn
Win
out.
needs to throw everything in this next turn to get that 7th point.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean,
Rengar from hand to base.
let's see. I mean, we have maybe one more 1,000 tail in hand for Will Win, and if so, then this very well might be the game. There's a Yordle coming in. There is no cards left, so I mean, if he conquers one and passes, is that going to be? Nope. There of course is a Hextech Ray. Oh, and there's
a Watcher.
Oh, wait. Is this gonna?
That's game. That's game.
Hey, there's the deck out win.
The burnout win. We've seen it. I never thought I'd see the day.
Oh my gosh. The fact that we saw a burnout win on that is just, I never would have guessed. But guys, that is going to be game number 1 there. And a surprisingly thrilling one at that.
Get these
I
void gates off my
was not
screen.
expecting Will Win to win when we started tuning in. He was behind on cards, but this is why you play the games, man.
Yeah, no, exactly that. And I want to do a quick plug while they are sighting in, guys. If you want to be a part of these tournaments, they are free for you to be able to compete. All you have to do is join the Discord down below, and I will post a sign-up link the day before the tournament. We compete every Tuesday at 6 Eastern. And so once you sign up, just be sure to check in when I post that, and you're able to play however many you want. We play 4 rounds every week. And then add you guys to the leaderboard. And if you get in top 16, you qualify for the end of season tournament. We're in week 7, so we only have one more week after that, and we'll see what ends up happening. But guys, it's been a thrilling number of weeks so far. So we'll see.
It's definitely an exciting game 1. And game 2 will definitely not take that long. The only reason that game takes so long is because of Void Gate.
Double Void Gate, yeah.
Yeah, removal way more efficient than it needs to be. Now we have our double Reaper's Row game.
Ooh.
Not quite.
Almost. That would be hilarious. Everything survives now. With double Reaper's Row, that'd be hilarious. But yeah, definitely a lot less grindy here in this case. Watchers are now going to be able to survive the singularities unless you have the stupefies, and so you're going to have to be maybe a little bit more calculated with how you want to use your removal. But that was an insane game 1, and now it looks like LDZ is going to be a little bit on the back burner. He at least has a Yordle coming in, and we'll see how Will Win will respond.
Probably just drop your Kaisa here, no? Or two drop into a Hope Ball, but
this Kaisa's getting falling
is
star.
reasonable.
100 games out of 100
Yep,
games.
you always falling star Kaisa, yep.
Yeah.
And especially with a tapped out Kaisa here, it's like, well, here's a free point for me, and let's see what happens now.
Second Yordle, keep those cards going, keeping the cards flowing.
No, with lecturing Yordle... Oh wait, no, I have it backwards. For some reason, I got the Yordles and the Poros mixed up. I was thinking, wait, why don't I play the Poro package in Ornn with lecturing Yordle and Lonely Poro for all the draw? But it's not a Poro, it's a Yordle.
Honestly, at this point, I really would be siding towards having Deflect Poro in the deck. I mean, because it's like, gosh, it's just been spell sling after spell sling. Everything's been getting taken out one after another. And we'll see, but there's the Ferris Forerunner. That's at least something that is able to slow down a Kaisa's momentum here, but we'll see if that's able to make an impact.
Yeah, very sticky unit, the Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, we saw Will Win in the last game get a couple points out of that Forerunner. Managed to conquer with the Forerunner and with one of the mechs, which ended up being very impactful in the long run of that game, was the ability of the Forerunner to steal a point. And it looks like LDZ doesn't have Forerunner in main board. And that might have, in it of itself, been the difference in that game 1.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. Traditionally, people, say that the Forerunners look bad against the purple spells. Fight or Flight, Rebuke, but if you're playing against Kai'Sa, those purple spells don't exist, so it's a good card.
Yeah, and so now here's a big deciding factor. First off, Reaver's Row is going to be activating first, so Will Win will be able to decide if he wants to keep one of them there. He can pull out one of them. But then after that, with 2 up, I mean, we could be seeing a smoke screen here. We could be seeing a couple of different responses, and so this is kind of a big showdown right here.
Yeah.
Looks like they're just trading.
Yeah, I don't know how that Forerunner... Okay, this has been cleared up. The second I thought they'd somehow managed to move the Forerunner, and I was trying desperately to like rack my brain through cards to figure out how Kai'Sa could do that.
Yeah, they just color shifted Ride the Wind, and it's invisible also now.
Yeah. Red right.
This is a very risky play.
Yeah, it is, but it looks like it is paying off, at least in the sense of this Kai'Sa being able to get the Conquer and the point here. And then with that, a Falling Star coming in to take out the mechs. But then again, you generally are only running 2 Falling Stars in Kai'Sa deck lists, at least at what I've seen. And so that is it for this game here for LDZ.
Well, I mean, for right now, yes, unless we go to Burnout again. But
hopefully
Will
not.
Win is very high ahead on Rune at the moment, so we'll look to see if this comes into play in the future.
He's very far ahead on runes, and he's gotten a lot of the best cards out of LDZ. This is sort of how this matchup can sometimes go, is that you feel like you're getting crushed as the Kai'Sa early in the game, but later in the games on these turns where you both have a ton of runes, you still have your best removal cards up and they do not. And it ends up flipping on its head somewhere in the middle of the game. I've seen this happen a lot in these Kai'Sa mirrors that I was watching all throughout the fall. It's just so many games where it feels like one Kai'Sa completely has it under control, and then they run out of gas while the other Kai'Sa is just getting started.
Yeah, and even still right now, I mean, this is also a big time where Hextech Ray can be... What the... we have Assembly Rig coming in. Now, for those of you...
This is actually a great tech.
No, I really like this because for those of you who don't know, you can pay 1 and a power to be able to recycle a unit from your trash to tap this gear to play a 3-might mech unit here. So just a really good utilization to be able to continue to bombard where Kai'Sa is very good at removal. Well, now you got to deal with a mech every turn.
And I imagine any copies of Rocket Barrage probably are cut. It doesn't seem like the strongest card in the matchup. Unless it is, but I'm just talking on my butt.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable. Seems like fine. Just fine.
Yeah, it might get cut for this assembly rig. But even if you only recycle 2 units for 2 mechs, it's so much value in this matchup when everything is getting bombarded by removal. It's going to make a huge difference later in the game, even just to have those 2 extra units that force out a couple more spells that you wouldn't have had to deal with otherwise.
For sure. And, it helps not go into Burnout, which, we probably aren't going to hit this time around. But
No, this could be game over right here. With Watcher Bellows.
Watcher Bellows.
If that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, and then, looks like there's the Bellows right there, and that is going to be a setback there for this. I mean, it also is just going to be slowing down because it's how do you combat now all the might that is on board. Now you have to deal with a Thousand Tail Watcher, you have to deal with the Forerunner, and even then, this is looking so good right now for LDZ, and you get to see why you want to play the Bellows Breath.
Yeah, Cathian Rain isn't even enough to clear the board here because you would need, honestly, you need 9 shots out of a Cathian Rain to be able to kill everything.
1, 2, 3, 4, 8 shots, yeah.
And
9 shots,
so,
yeah, you're good. 9 shots.
And so you're stuck here. You're gonna have to deal with that Watcher next turn probably. And there's very few ways to wipe both of these battlefields and then present enough on the board to make that Watcher not threatening.
Yeah,
especially when the Forerunner is building 2 more mechs.
And it's
How are we looking on time?
So far, so good. It looks like we will be going until 15 after the hour for the hour clock, and so yeah, they're definitely good.
They're moving and grooving.
Yeah, no issues there. But even with all this, it looks like potentially a trade might be coming in with the Watchful Sentry. I mean, I gotta be saying, if at best case scenario, will be hoping to potentially having a retreat. To be able to utilize the Thousand Tail Watcher on the following turn. But even then, this is still a very difficult matchup to try to deal with this.
Yeah. So Ragnarok, I see your question in the chat about Bellows Breath and Fight or Flight. This is the legal subset question in the rules, where if you're targeting 2 units at a battlefield, one of them gets Fight or Flighted back to base. You may choose any legal subset of the original target. So you can either choose the unit that got Fight or Flighted or the unit at the battlefield, not both, to deal your damage to after the Fight or Flight resolves.
So what is to be done here? 1,000 versus 1,000 at this point, and it looks like that is just going to be a straight across trade.
Fox for Fox.
And so right now we have the potential of LDZ going up to 7 points here, especially if the mech moves in. But, I mean, heck, giving Kai'Sa that Watchful Sentry card draw, that could still make an impact. I mean, heck, 1 Singularity, and you very well could be back in this game as you try to grind out that final point being at 7.
Oh, Piercing Light holds so much value.
Yeah, gosh, it really does. And that very well might be locking down this game. And it still is a fairly quick, or a fairly close game. But that removal, the Falling Stars were absolutely paramount in getting LDZ so far ahead. So here we go with a little bit of a desperation draw. But we'll see.
Yeah.
You need to find Falling Star plus Ray.
Yeah. In any matchup in which you're not playing Double Void Gate, going first in the Kai'Sa mirror is significantly better. Double Void Gate is kind of the exception because it just doesn't matter.
Yep, and
it
so
looks like we're gonna go to game 3.
Yep, so and rightfully so. But the biggest thing now is will be able to be on the play, and so that could be a big difference maker, especially as it looks like we have Obelisk and Reaver's Row, so maybe a little bit of a repeat there. But the big thing here is who's going to be able to get the removal going, because that seemed to be making the biggest impact here in game number 2.
Yeah. Wilwyn getting first opportunity makes a big difference, especially when it's an Obelisk game again. Lecturing Yordle on turn 1 is so strong.
But again, is he going to be going for the Kai'Sa play, and now it's his turn to be Falling Star? Nope, instead, I mean, that's still some good Falling Star targets. You never like blowing up a Watchful Sentry, because that is a lot of value there. But it looks like the Falling Star is still going to be coming in to ping both of them and giving the card to LDZ there.
Yeah, the tempo is just so high off of that play. You are opening yourself up with the Hopeful to a doubled Piercing Light. To clear off the Yordle and the Hopeful going right back at you, but it's more likely that the Forerunner comes out just trying to set up this big body that's harder to remove.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest thing, because you're essentially dealing with 12 might every Fair's Forerunner. You have no worries about Rebuke in this matchup, and so the power that is able to utilize is so much higher, as we also see Wilwyn play out his own Forerunner. And this is something that we usually see in a lot of side decking too, where if you don't run 3 in the main deck, then you're probably running whatever you don't have in the main deck in the side deck for this very reason.
Yeah, it's a matchup that's still common enough that you have to be prepared for it. Kai'Sa being sort of right, I think currently closest to Draven in terms of priority, and so it's definitely one.
Could be number 3.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Aurelia is number 2.
Oh, that's true. But you definitely need to be prepared for this particular matchup, especially if you're teching your main deck out for Aurelia and Draven. Yeah, you need to be ready for the Kai'Sa mirror in your sideboard. Oh my gosh.
And then the Acathian Rain. You did not think that you would see too much of that card anymore, but right now it might be enough to really make an impact against Willwin, who is up now 3-0, but very soon might have no units on board.
He's going to take out 3 of them. Probably the Hopeful and 2 mechs. But still 3 for, I guess 1.5 for 1. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it doesn't end up actually being that impactful because it's really just the remnants of the Forerunner that you're cleaning up. In terms of the card economy, it's not a big difference maker. Hold on, we get time for the progress day.
Speaking of card economy, Hoggers Day, which I love, by the way.
It's a great time for it. Great time when you're up 4 points to play that progress day.
And now will be the response. The reverse row keeping Mr. Election Earl nice and safe.
Yeah, and this was something that's really interesting, especially as we started into the Spiritforged meta. Over in China, we did not really see a whole ton of impact, initially at least, with Kai'Sa, where she really fell to the wayside. But I mean, it looks like it does still have a great place here where it can make that impact, and it also has a great matchup into Draven. And so we'll see, but Kai'Sa is here to stay, and it is a spell-slinging menace that you have to deal with.
Yeah, set 2 Kai'Sa feels actually a lot closer to what I envisioned when I saw Kai'Sa's legend than set 1 Kai'Sa was. Like, set 1 Kai'Sa was this very fast tempo accelerate deck.
Off of the retreat.
And set 2 Kai'Sa feels more like that power fantasy of Kai'Sa, of throwing tons and tons of spells all over the board and killing everything.
Is this a singularity or a rain? 6 tapped. Oh, never mind.
Going back and forth on this.
It's a tough decision.
It is. And I mean, any kind of decision like this can really set back the tempo of the game. Right now, at least Willwin was able to get a lot of points initially. This is why it's nice to be able to now be rebuilding your board state. You're okay giving up the 2 points because LDZ is only going to be going up to 4. It's a tie game. But if LDZ has any additional responses, we could be in trouble here.
Yeah. The card economy difference is going to matter a lot later on. That progress day, even though it gave LDZ the chance to even the game at 4 points, we now have a board established with 11 runes up next turn, and probably access to almost every removal spell we have in our deck.
Yep, so we'll see what else is going to be happening here, but this is going to be a big turn for Willwin because he's going to have to attack in and hope that there's not so many spells that just absolutely decimate his board, because this could be a big momentum shift where LDZ really starts to make his impact to win this game 3.
Yeah. Singularity is probably... If you have Singularity Falling Star here as LDZ, the game could end on the spot. Yeah. Killing both units and then mopping up the mechs with the last Falling Star would devastate
it would be very expensive.
It would be expensive, but the tempo would be destructive in terms of the point value.
Yeah, then you're gonna need to. Then Willwin would need to follow up with their own removal spell suite. Otherwise, then it would be over right there. But you put the ball in their court, by making that play. Say, hey, if you don't have removal, I'm about to win the game. Now we're at 11. At this point here.
Yeah, it can hopefully get up to 6, which Kai'Sa matches have always been sort of a race to get to 6 so that you can use your Watcher. Smokescreen holds a lot of value if it goes off, but it's not going to be enough.
Yep, Hextech Ray is going to slide in and save the day there. Not much to really be able to buff units, so Hextech Ray is going to be huge there, and that is almost going to be a wasted...
Wait.
Oh, Bellows Breath.
Oh!
Yeah. The smoke screen goes through, but, the points do not.
Yeah, so, I mean, just a great play there. Again, the 2 mechs are going to be generated there, but at least stopping the point is going to be a bit of a victory there.
Yeah, and
You
LVZ
can
is running out of
accelerate-
cards.
You can accelerate the Kaisa here for the 6th point. And then... Oh, Time
Ooh.
Warp.
Aggressive
Wow.
use of the Time Warp.
So you're gonna 6 and then 7. And then if you have another Time Warp, but you can't play it next turn. But you'll be in prime position to clear the other stuff if you have removal spells in hand.
Yeah. Have enough removal in hand here. We can also just try to wipe the back line and see what happens.
And base. I
Interesting
don't like
choice.
pushing. I guess you have to push to just stop the Kaisa's like auto cap.
Mm-hmm.
You have to commit a little bit more.
Yeah, and you're holding 3 runes up, which is gonna... When you have 6 might on Obelisk with 3 runes available, there's so much being threatened that LDZ is really gonna have to think hard about what he throws into the Obelisk, and what you're really hoping is that he ends up using his runes now, which opens you up to double conquer against a tapped out opponent.
All right, 4-4. I'm staying here if I'm Will Win. Say, hey, show me something. Ooh, but there's
Yeah.
the Stupefy. And then their own Stupefy.
The counter Stupefy.
So they both draw cards. 2 runes to 7.
Yeah. Wow, that'll work.
And the trade.
That wasn't bad at all.
I mean, that's one of the last things you want to see. That card draw would have been huge. And in that case, I mean, Will Win being at 7, it's like, well, what are we going to now be able to do about the other battlefield? Yeah, this is going to be a tough situation for LDZ.
He's also got to watch that Kaiser in the back line too, because next turn he can just Kaiser accelerated to both battlefields.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah.
And so still has a couple of runes left up at the ready for LDZ. Might be able to still have some way to interact with this board as the Poro moves in to get the point and the gold. But still, this is going to be a tough turn to maybe try to defend from. Ooh.
Oh, defensive watcher does not feel
That'll-
ideal.
That does not inspire confidence. No.
It will win on the other side of the board, though. This Obelisk becomes a bit of a nightmare. The Stupefy...
Nope.
That'll trade out and then. Boom.
And I guess they're just revealing their
That's
hand.
designed.
Yeah, I think that is a scoop, if ever I've seen one.
Yeah.
Yeah. They probably were verbalizing that they have like maybe a time warp in hand for the last point, or a way to remove the oh, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, with all the mechs trading, the odds that you manage to hold up this board is
Slim.
very, very low. It's almost lost to what's facing you. There's really, once the accelerated Kaisa comes in, it's really one spell. If your opponent has any one spell, you lose on that turn, and it's not... You're just going to assume as the player that your opponent has a spell if you're playing against a Kaisa with 5 cards.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, definitely. And so with that...
But that was...
Or yeah, go for it.
You go first. That was an exciting match to watch. The Kaisa Mirror. We had a game 1 deck out situation into 2 games where the player on the play ended up winning. Reaver's Row proving that it's very powerful in these situations, keeping your units safe for the crackback.
Yep, exactly. And so, I mean, that was something I never thought I was going to be able to see, but when Double Void Gate is out on the board, there's just some interesting interactions that you're going to be having for the duration of that mirror match. I was so happy to be able to watch that. Now, for those of you who might not know, we also have David here with us, who is a person who runs his own tournaments too. So, David, if you want to talk about that and do a quick plug for that.
Yeah, absolutely. We have just rebranded a little bit, really just rebranded the day. We're running Thursday night fights all throughout the fall. This is me and a British boy named Matt, who is an excellent, excellent human being. But we've been running Thursday night fights. We have just recently rebranded to Friday night fights, which makes my teaching lifestyle a lot easier. We run every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, a rather casual event. There's a little bit of money on the line for the winner, but it is a free entry tournament and has been for, I think we're up to about 8 months of running now. So check us out when you have a free Friday.
Yep. And so just so you guys know, I am going to be dropping a link in the chat. And so that is going to be the link to their Discord. So I've participated in these tournaments. I think I've even casted with you in one of them. It's a great way for you to, even if you think that you're a beginning player, if you want to try to start taking your game to the next level, this is a very chill environment for you to go against some good competition, some beginner competition. There's all traces of life that are there that you're able to do. So it's been a lot of good time. I've become a better competitor because of entering his tournaments. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's something that always makes me happy to see when I'm looking at those big results at Vegas, is to see people who I've spoken to or watched play games do very well. So it's a chance to really get to see some of the best, and get the chance to maybe match against them. I've seen some pretty fun decks come out from some of these great players that are a little bit adjacent to what might be meta at the time. It's been a great time.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love that. And we have a good online community too. And so and here's the cool part too, because if you're ever on the fence also about committing to a specific deck, these types of tournaments are a great way for you to be able to figure it out, because a lot of times it's like, well, do I want to actually spend $400 buying and building a Kai'Sa deck? No? Well, okay, let's play this in a competitive sphere to see how we actually even like this deck before the commitment, and that's something that I absolutely love about this.
Yeah.
So with that being said, guys, we currently have, I think, about 20 minutes left in the match. I'll go ahead and take a look to see if there's maybe another game that we could hop in on. And if, I mean, the hardest part about having this much time left in the match is sometimes that's going to be easier said than done. Yeah,
I am always happy to banter about some of my favorite Riftbound decks. I have been experimenting with Poros. I've been experimenting with dragons, and one day it's gonna work. And so if anybody's looking for ideas on how to make dragons and Poros work, I don't know if anybody's tried as hard as I have at this point.
Man, I want dragons to work so bad. I mean, and dragons are always just so popular in a lot of TCGs in general, and it's like, man, we are so close, but it just doesn't seem like it quite has that momentum there.
Whoa, that's a big bullet time. Now, dragons are cool. Dragons are real. There's a reason why dragons are in pretty much every culture. Western culture, Eastern cultures, is because they used to roam the earth. So
dragons. This meta, they're currently just struggling because purple is too big. These big decks with Rebuke and Fight or Flight can make dragons feel way worse. But Cannon Barrage tech is helping dragons out a ton right now. For those of you who have not started Cannon Barrage teching with your orange decks, it is a must if you're playing in a Draven meta to put Cannon Barrage in your main board in any orange deck, and I will stand by that statement for the end of time. For those of you who don't know, Cannon Barrage is a reaction speed spell, and so you can stack it on top of the Overzealous Fan trigger to instantly kill the Overzealous Fan, allowing you to deny the Overzealous Fan trigger in the beginning phase of combat, which will allow your units to stick to the board a little bit better while also removing might off of the battlefield from your opponent.
Oh, that's really cool. No, that's a good point there. And Ragnarok, I see exactly what you mean. Can't wait till they make a Poro legend. I'm waiting for Braum. That'd be so cool if they had like a Poro legend.
Oh, yes.
With like his legend ability of being able to use Poros of any color in his deck. And then some kind of Poro interaction, because none of them have like a power cost, luckily. But man, if there could be a Poro legend like that, that would just be an absolute blast.
Yeah.
From Legends of Runeterra, there was the Poro King, so that is an option for them as well if they want to go that route.
Yeah.
Though I feel like going for Braum first makes more sense since they want to hit like the characters that are in League of Legends proper.
I mean,
Braum would be immensely popular if they published
Braum would
him.
be very popular.
We need some mustache representation.
I know at least two people who would drop everything and play Riftbound if Braum Poros was a deck.
Well, and that's something that I think is very unique about Riftbound as a whole, as a TCG, is the fact that we have League of Legends as a domain to be able to utilize, and so many people are just like, wait, I can play my favorite hero? I can play my favorite champion? Yeah, I'm in. Like, we've had so many people already come into the game because my friend just wanted to play Teemo. And so he built his Teemo deck and was able to play his first TCG just because he is so passionate and loving of League of Legends.
Yeah. I'm going to use the Diana deck to convince one of my buddies to hop back into the queue. That was his one-trick pony way back in the day.
Oh, if Jin ever shows up, it is so over for my entire friend group. I bought the Jin statue at Vegas. Like we're all decked out on Jin merch.
Nice. Now, I'm saying right now, I don't think my guy coming anytime soon, Mr. Skarner.
Never.
It'll be a while. It'll be a while before we hit that guy. But I'm not holding out hope for just like as a unit card. I can see him being like he has ganking, or he can like stun units when you go from like when you on attack, like the Leona. I don't know, but I see Skarner doing something like that.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of hype going from what could be in the game, and that's one thing that's really cool too, because they keep adding more and more legends. I know it might die down in later sets, but again, I mean, if we get between 6 and 12 new legends every set, that just adds so much versatility to the game.
Yeah, I know Vendetta is going to be down to 9. I don't remember where I heard that, but what I heard is that Vendetta is going to be down to 9 legends, which is probably a little bit healthier of a release pace in terms of legends. 6 or 9 is probably going to be a little bit healthier than the full 12.
And then I could definitely see once rotation comes into effect, that set is going to be back up to the 12 or even like 16 potentially to help bring in some more legends so that we have still a pretty big pool. But even if we don't, I mean, gosh, 9 legends every single set, even post-rotation, because we'll lose the first 4 sets, if I recall correctly. I mean, that's still going to be a good amount, probably 25-ish to 30-ish legends still in the game.
Yeah. I wonder what y'all think. I think we saw that Master Yi, another Master Yi legend is coming here soon. In this jungle set, so we might have dueling Yis.
Yeah, that would be interesting, especially because he's kind of fallen a little bit to the wayside just because of how quick this game suddenly became. And there's speculation that also this might be a yellow Yi, which would be a really interesting combination there with green yellow or whatever else it might be. So that could be a powerful combo.
Green yellow is, I think, for me, has been a color combination that has just been dying for a normal legend. Like, in a way, it's like every legend in green yellow right now is gimmicky, and so it's not taking full advantage of how powerful a combination of kill spells and buffs can be in the same deck. But we're so focused on stuns and on gear right now that it's just not that we don't have a legend that's just sitting there in 2 colors that can both do powerful things and taking advantage of it yet. And so I'm almost terrified of what will happen when we get a green yellow legend that just plays the standard package
Yep.
of green and yellow cards.
Yeah, because
Good
unfortunately,
cards that deck.
yeah, and because that's the hard part. Leona was kind of done dirty a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Such a cool idea of the deck that just never quite had the support needed. And Leona's legend ability just isn't quite there yet for this meta. And I know Casanova, who has been running it at locals a little bit every now and again, loves the deck combination, but it's just not quite there.
Murdered me with that Leona deck at a
I remember seeing you so sad and devastated, like Cass just 2-0'd me. Or
I was crushed. I was like, oh my gosh, this is my chance. I was playing Yasuo and my cane just kept getting stunned over and over and over. And I just looked at the board and I was like, this is the worst matchup I've ever played against.
Yep. So we'll see. The one thing that I really can't wait for is when everyone is finally on the same release schedule.
Yes.
So that we're actually able to figure out the meta together. I'm not saying that China has it figured out. They had Ratzeal before Alan came in with his deck combination. But with all that even too, it'll just be really nice for us to actually be like, okay, cool. We're all going in blind. And let's see what we can actually build.
Yeah, definitely. It would, I think, be helpful in that case for them to push the regional schedule a little bit behind the release schedule, because the only reason I think Vegas was functional with it being, 2 weeks after the release of the set,
yep,
was because the cards had been released for so long that there'd been time for people to experiment already. But I think if they drop the set blind and the regionals is next week, it's going to be really difficult for people to successfully build for that regional.
Yeah, well, and I think that's going to be ever more telling, though, because especially for us in this online community, once this set gets revealed completely, a lot of us, Runes and Rift, probably us, might be, I don't know if you will as well, David, but we immediately start playing the next set tournaments. In anticipation, and it's like that's just a huge advantage if all of a sudden the set comes out next week, we have a regionals, and it's like, well, we've already been playing this for a month and a half anyway.
Yeah, definitely. We tend to fall on the side of whichever the next regional will play, will be on that, because we want people to be able to practice. Like that's the goal, is to practice for a big regional tournament. And we're only getting one regional a set right now, which means that's what's coming.
It is very fun.
So with that being said, guys, we're going to hop over to the bracket real quick just to see. We have a couple of people still finishing up their rounds. So you guys are catching us to just shooting the breeze. If you have a question, comment, anything that you want to talk about, always feel free to talk about it in the chat. If you have any rulings questions, we do have one of the best judges in the game here in this lobby currently. I will stand by that.
Mr. David.
Yeah.
One of the best is bold, but I appreciate it.
It's just because I'm biased. I've known you since the beginning of the game.
I have a Spell Song or Judge promo. That's where I'll go with.
When I was, he was judging some of the events I was in. They ran smooth as butter, so that's a vouch for Mr. David.
Yeah, no, just really fun to be able to have you guys here to be able to cast. Luckily, I'm not talking to myself for 4 hours. My wife was getting a little bit alarmed when I would still be doing so even after the tournament, so thank you guys. It's been a lot easier in that case. So we do have about 6 minutes, or let me do math real quick, 8 minutes until the end of this next round, and then of course people will be going to turns, and so we have a little bit longer there, so we are still going to be shooting the breeze a little bit here. If you want a little bit of a break, now would be a good time. But yeah, we'll be talking from here on out.
Yeah. From the judge side, just a couple, the biggest news out of Vegas for anybody who didn't see, I did see some people at my locals who hadn't seen it yet. It came up a lot. The Jax change that was a change in official ruling. Jax is now allowed to reattach equipment to the same unit.
Yes.
And it's a huge change for the deck. It's massive for Aphelios. It's massive for Brutalizer. So just keep that in mind. If you're building Jax, if you're playing Jax, or if you see Jax at your locals, They may start attaching equipment back to the same unit with the Jack's Legend ability. That is allowed.
Now, with that too,
Was that
though.
all?
Oh yeah, was that resetting also the count on Brutalizer, or
Yes.
is Brutalizer still going to only be a +1?
Yes. So Brutalizer, the key word with Brutalizer is it's not a trigger. It doesn't say win. And so Brutalizer is still only a +2. If Brutalizer said, when you attach me, give me +2 this turn, then you'd be able to stack Brutalizers on top of each other. But it just says, if I was attached this turn, I have +2.
Okay.
That's the big difference.
Oh.
So it only stays at +2. You can equip it 4 times in the same turn if you want. It is still only a +2.
Cool. All right, and then let's see. Can you use Vi's ability after it flips over from Dazzling Aurora just to put cards back into the deck?
No.
No, because
There is no window.
Party.
That is your end turn step. Vi can only be used on your turn in an open state.
Yep, good question, though. And I don't believe there are any Lucians in this tournament. I know we have in the past, but yeah, I am going to be starting to ask for people to report what legends they're bringing in. But yeah, I don't see any Lucians going on this go-around.
Yeah, makes me so sad. I know a ton of the Lucian tech from Matt, who managed to play it to a day 2 birth over at Vegas. So Lucian, such a fun deck to watch and very fun to play. Do have a lot of recommendation.
Yeah. Lucian the champion is so slippery. It goes in and out the battlefield, scoring 1 point at a time, and I can never quite catch it. And then the combo that they're able to assemble with the Skyfall plus Trinity Force is something I saw in my matches as well, and I thought was very cool.
Yeah. The Skyfall Triforce combo, super, super cool. The only problem Lucian's really running into right now is that red-orange, and it's the same problem Volibear has in the Dragon's deck, is red-orange doesn't have enough draw to reliably hit its engines right now. For Dragons, that's Herald of Scales, but for Lucian, the Skyfall Triforce combo, you're not playing a stacked deck, called shot deck, where you always get to go find your combo pieces. You're going to have games where you miss it. And so you have to be able to build a deck that functions without the engine.
No, that's a good point. Let's see. And then we also, looks like, when can I let a reaction or action resolve in a showdown in order to play my own action? Can I let a Defiant Dance resolve, then play a punch first?
Yes. So each individual that reaction, at that point, only reactions can get played. After that chain fully resolves and the initial action has resolved, you are now allowed to put new actions onto the chain.
Yep.
The Glass Mythologist question, I'm looking that one up right now because I have heard 2 different things about it and would love to make sure that I get that fully correct before I speak to you about it.
Yeah, because luckily, this isn't a very complicated game at all, They touted that they could put it on a page and you can learn this game in about 5 minutes. I remember we would go to learn to play events in Utah, and I had already been playing in online tournaments and stuff, and so I'm like, oh, cool, I'll show up and help out a little bit. And I'd show up and everyone's like, we are so confused, because they had a page and a half of how to play that was more pictures than words. And everyone's like, well, in this interaction, what then happens? We don't know the correct sequencing. And so it was so funny because it's like, I remember them saying, oh yeah, you can learn in 5 minutes and you can play this game and have a lot of fun with it. It's like, you guys made the most complicated game.
Yeah, I find that the general idea is pretty intuitive, but then like once you hit the nitty gritty, it starts to have very specific things that you must do. Like you could just show up to the table and here's my legend, here's my battlefield. Let's roll some dice. But there's specific sequence of events that you need to do to make sure everyone's fair and on the same page.
Yeah. So Glass Mixologist, the official answer that I've found and made sure, and I was pretty sure this is correct, is you can play the unit from Glass Mixologist to the battlefield, even if that battlefield is now empty, because the death knell will trigger before the cleanup is finished and the contested status is cleared. So how this will look is if you're defending with Glass Mixologist alone, the Glass Mixologist will die. You can play that unit back on the battlefield and stage a new showdown where you are still the defender. And so that cleanup will finish, and then the new showdown will start immediately afterwards.
Well, that's a big deal.
It is a big deal. It would be a much bigger deal if Glass Mixologist saw much play.
It's mainly been just in Victor, so...
Yeah. Only if it was killed via combat is the big thing here, is because combat cleanups are a little bit special. If it's killed by a spell, that control status is cleared when the spell resolves, and then the death knell goes on the stack.
Okay. No, that's huge. Yeah, really good question. Really good question there.
Yeah.
So, all right, and it looks like round timers have officially been enacted, so it looks like players should be going to turns now. David, if you wanted to tell them to go to turns.
Yes,
looks like we have two that are still waiting, or two games that are still going.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's been a good tournament. We did have a little bit of a hiccup going on earlier, where the rounds reset, unfortunately, after already announcing round one. But yeah, guys, a lot of good stuff still coming our way. We have 2 more rounds now that are going to be taking place, and we'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, we'll see what ends up going on. But guys, we should be going into round 3 here momentarily.
What happens if people want to play, in these events themselves?
Or 1 second. No, that was on YouTube, Tara. We have a dual stream going on right now. And then what was your question there?
Oh, if somebody wants to play an event like this, how can they do so?
Yeah, so if you want to play in an event like this, go ahead and join the Discord down in the description below. You guys are more than welcome to join. Just make sure that you have the Champions of the Rift role so that you get tagged properly when I post the sign-up link. It's free for you to be able to play in. And then, yeah, we go from there. And so you sign up, you check in, and then you can play as many rounds as you want. And so some people play a couple of rounds and then they have something happening in life and they drop. Perfectly fine. But the point is of playing all 4 rounds week after week is so that you can acquire points so that you can be in the top 16 to be able to enter into the end of season tournament where top 2 will be getting a custom playmat designed by yours truly. So.
Oh.
Very exciting.
Is there any leaks on what this playmat will look like, or are we in the dark?
No, I allow they pick what legends or what champions they want on their playmat. I'll design it out, logo it up a little bit, and then print it and ship it out to them.
That's nice.
So,
that's super cool. That's a very cool prize for sure.
Yeah, so thought that would be pretty fun. And I'm tempted because I use Jank Mats is the website. They're usually around $30, and they do a good job with their printing quality and stuff. But they just came out with like a foilized version of a playmat to where there's just a little bit of a shine to it. And so I'm gonna print a test copy, and if it comes back looking good, and someone wants to do that, I'll probably have like the champion playmat be a little shiny in that case.
I would simultaneously find that so cool and also so distracting if I'm sitting across the table of somebody with a shiny playmat.
So we'll see. I mean, what we have Matified, they also do actual like foiling on their mats, and it looks so good.
Yeah.
And so, but their playmats, he does it all by hand, and so it's usually running between about $150 to $200 for a single playmat. But man, when you see like the Ari or the Misfortune, it looks so good. He does a great job. So yeah, we'll go from there. All right, guys, so we're going to be taking a really quick 5-minute break to get things going and allow everyone to get some rest. And then we will be back to bring you guys round number 3. So stay tuned, and we'll see you soon. All right, guys, welcome back. And here we go into round number 3, where we are going to be watching Brocane take on Eraser. And in this case, it's going to be Ornn versus Ezreal. I'm joined here with David and the Slipster as we go into this round.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing this matchup. Ornn is a legend that has captured the hearts of the Riftbound community. No matter how bad it performs, there are always more players willing to try it.
This is so true.
It was really funny because I saw there's some of the tournaments in China are starting a rule. It's these sort of fun challenges in China that are starting to do. If you play this tournament, you cannot use any of the top 8 legends from the most recent regional. And in China, they're doing this by popularity, and so Ornn is banned at these 4 fun events because he's so popular, even though he has not won anything. He's like getting hit sort of on the side of this rule.
Interesting.
But let's get into the match. That is very funny. The game of the match, Ezreal is doing a lot of stack deck manipulation, trying to find the perfect cards for this matchup. Whoa, we're just riding the wind already. Interesting.
Yeah, and Eraser might be trying to go for a couple of early points, especially because once we start getting into the mix of this game, it can get a little crazy fast. And so looks like, Ezreal is immediately going to get on the board with 2 points, but the longer that you let... It's kind of a two-headed sword here, because the longer you let Ornn go, the more powerful and devastating it can become. But on the flip side, with Ezreal, it's almost the same thing, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, Ornn... we'll see if he's playing the Tiana variant, or if he's just playing the standard blue Ornn without Tiana. Already up to deflect 6, and so you're not going to want to attack this Ornn with any spells, which is really a big counter to Ezreal, because his entire legend is designed around targeting opponent units.
Opponent stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and so this becomes kind of a nightmare, because you're never going to get the draw off your legend unless you're targeting him twice and putting 12 runes back on the bottom of the deck.
Gosh, and that's devastating for any deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but this is the hard part, though. You're looking at the speed. Eraser's already at 4-0 here, as Ornn's finally trying to get onto the board.
Yeah, and now it's time to get a counter on the Ornn. We have 3 gears, which is giving him +9, up to.
The third Spellsonger.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Let's get a new counter. We've got each gear gives him 4 might now, and so he should be gaining 16 might from gear plus 2 from World Atlas. So this Ornn should be sitting at 22.
22. Yeah,
yes.
That looks right to me.
Which Brocane, I think, is missing 1 Spellsonger in his calculation right now.
It's big. It's big,
yes.
David.
In summary, it's large, and nobody's gonna beat it. Because that Guardian Angel now adds another 4 might. If it gets attached, it adds another 5 might, so it should be up to a 27.
Gosh.
Already.
And that's the thing, too. Or go for it.
Now it's time to hunker down and defend the king. You know?
Well, and that's going to be the hard part, though, because you're trying to now find ways to be able to take over both battlefields. This Ornn's going nowhere, but the hardest part is now how do you come back from a 3-point deficit here, soon to be 4-point with the Ezreal moving in, and it's like, all right, with a Mind Splitter on top of that, it's like, oh gosh, that's a lot. That can really hurt.
That's a pretty good one.
And if you can continue to score a point turn after turn, Eraser's going to be able to get this. Oh, but there's
you have to pull the Aurelias.
Yep.
Yeah.
The ganking.
There's 2 different ways that Ornn can get around just scoring and holding on the other battlefield. And it's Tiana Crown Guard, and it's Aurelias. And so if the Aurelias is gone, he is fully reliant on finding Tiana if it's in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, 3 more gear also just got revealed, so this Ornn is now
99.
39. But yes, if without the Tiana at this point, this Ornn is not going to be able to move around the board fast enough that Ezreal ever actually needs to combat.
No, and that's unfortunately going to be way too difficult to try to get back into this game. And it's sad because the Ornn is set up so well here, but you need those units.
Yeah.
It looks like also though that the Ornn only has 2 copies of Defy in hand, which means Rebuke is it is a rebukable Ornn. Obviously, the Ezreal will need to recycle all of their runes, but as of right now, this is a rebukable target.
Yeah, and in this particular matchup, you're fine throwing 6 runes back in the deck because this deck can't play without Ornn.
Exactly.
And so if you rebuke this Ornn on your next turn, and you put back 6 runes, but you've won the game, who cares? You don't need the runes anymore.
Exactly. Second Ride the Wind out of the Ezreal deck. This is not the control list, I don't think.
Yeah, you
that
see,
we've seen.
I would have really loved leaving that Ezreal at the Void Gate, baiting the Ornn player in, and then attempting to ride the wind over to Aspirants on your opponent's turn to sneak an extra point in there with the score on your opponent's turn, and then you hold on your own turn. You can sneak some extra points out of the Ornn there. Of course, you're risking it getting defied at that point and losing your Ezreal, but you do need to get these defies out of hand eventually.
Soul's Pass is a good card here to find. You're going to be able to draw some cards, obviously, and find the stronger protection spells in Not So Fast and maybe it's Tiana that might be in the deck.
Yeah, if you can find both a Not So Fast and a Tiana, you feel pretty good about your chances. But without one or really both of those things, you probably lose on your next turn.
And also, unfortunately, I think that if it comes down to it, Arcane Shift on Mind Splitter will help clear the way. So you're gonna need to have multiple pieces of protection. Second massive Ornn.
So this Ornn is significantly smaller than the first Ornn. There are 9 gears on board, so this one is just a measly 13.
A measly 13?
Yeah, a measly 13. And he's going to Weapon Master. Yeah, he's got the Weapon Master. So that's going to make the other one go down by 9 from 43 down to 34. And that one is going to go up from its measly 13 up to an enjoyable 22.
Now, the hard part with this, though, it's like, how are you then going to be... Because it's like, you could send everything in to the other battlefield at this point. And it's like, I'm still not quite sure what Ornn can do with that being the case. This is still a tricky situation.
Yeah. My assumption is that if Brocane has not surrendered this game yet, he either has Tiana Crown Guard or some way to return that Aurelia's back to his hand. That he's looking for, because otherwise he's already lost.
Yeah.
And we have to see if that one card that he's holding up in hand that we don't know about is the Not So Fast, even though he doesn't even have runes to play it. His answer, I guess, here to the Rebuke is that he has 2 Ornns. So
yeah,
that's somewhat good.
And I think this is where also the Ornn might struggle a little bit. Now we still at least have the Aspirants Climb.
I would be defying this, I feel. Oh, never mind. We don't have mana.
Yeah,
never mind.
Not enough up.
So, but at the same time, it's like, this is where I think Ornn really struggles, is it doesn't necessarily have the speed or the mobility. I feel like it needs one or the other, if not both, to really be that meta-relevant kind of deck here. Looks like, though, we are going to maybe get a ready accelerated Thousand Tail Watcher added on the Ezreal side, and that is a lot of might, which Ornn could deal with, but you gotta be able to.
Yeah, let's see what he's got going in here. He's got
5,
12.
12, 19. Get rid of the first Ornn.
And this is where Brokane's math struggles are going to start to hit him very hard, is because this Ornn is not a 19. With 2 Spellsongers and 9 equipment, that is 18.
Well, it's only
plus
the first...
the 4. Plus the 4 for Ornn should be 22.
Oh, so he lost a unit when he didn't necessarily need to.
Yes. If we were sitting at the table here, this would technically have been
Stopped.
not correct.
Yep.
Yes, this would be an illegal game state because something left the board that should not have.
Yep.
Now it ends up working in his favor here because the Zhonya's ends up recalling the Ornn for him.
Yeah, and that's true. And especially in these types of tournaments, since we do not have judges at, even just walking around and watching tables as we could, we do a kind of stand back kind of approach in this case. And so that's why we haven't necessarily said anything with their math here. But especially with Brokane, he does watch these gameplays back, so he'll hear us calling him out.
I am a math teacher by trade. He's going to hear me roasting his math for like 30 straight minutes. Because what it looks like is that he has just forgotten the 4 from the Ornns. He's been 4 short on both Ornns the entire game. And so it seems to me like he has forgotten the 4 that's printed on the card.
Yep.
Unless I'm doing my Ornn math wrong, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure. The Spellsonger, you should get 2 for each equipment. So this Ornn right now should be 10 gear.
1, 2,
so this
3, 4, 5.
So it should be a 24.
Yeah, and so, I mean, and that Thousand Tail Watcher did have a pretty good impact even just getting the -3 is already extremely helpful, but you've also made your Ornn a little bit more mobile with that, too.
That is actually a mistake on my part. Because of the Watcher, that Ornn did correctly perish. That is correct. That Ornn should have traded, yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that is a mistake on my part. I'm sure the chat is currently roasting me loudly.
No, not yet.
Not yet. They will.
Defy the Stupefy.
Yeah, that's really strong.
Yeah, and this is going to be a difficult board state because you don't want to use the rebukes because, you might even be forced to at this point. There still is a deflect 4 on one board, so it's going to be 6 total at this point. But still.
Yeah, there's deflect 6 and deflect 4, this is the big thing, is you need to conquer both to win the game on your turn. And you don't actually have enough runes available to pay the deflects to get rid of both Ornns. You would need to have 10 runes available plus the 4 runes to play double rebuke to actually be able to target both Ornns. So you can only target one of these Ornns this turn.
So, and it looks like the Ezreal is going to be automatically utilizing a Fizz to be able to call shot. That's going to be immediately defied too. So no searching here. Now that also could have maybe been a little bit of a bait, but it doesn't look like it was as Ezreal is passing.
Ooh.
This could just be game.
Ezreal's got one more draw step here to find what they need.
Except a
Singularity is
Singularity.
looking really good though.
And I think the critical turn here is when Ezreal tried to push in to remove one of the Ornns. Brokane was trapped in that situation at Aspirants. He did not have time to move place to place. Especially with the Aurelias sitting in trash. You know that he's stuck at that battlefield. So by actually pushing in and killing the Ornn and cracking the Zhonya's Hourglass, you actually do a favor to your opponent, allowing them to retreat and then go conquer the other battlefield on the next turn.
You're so right. You're so right.
Where if you had stacked everything up on the Void Gate, it is almost impossible for Ornn to get both Ornns to base and to the other battlefield. You might have been able to hold out for the victory.
And yeah, it looks like that's going to be it for game number 1. Ornn has taken down an Ezreal in just an exciting series right there. But yeah, I think it really does come down to trying to trade in with one of the Ornns. Having that pullback like that just gave all the momentum into Ornn's favor there. And so you got to watch out for that Ornn because when it starts getting big, it is so difficult and near impossible to have to deal with.
Yeah, the secret to the Ornn matchup is that you shouldn't kill the Ornn. You either put it back in hand or you ignore it. But killing it is almost never possible or achievable enough with all of the GAs and Zhonya's on the board.
Yep.
Unless you're winning the game by killing the Ornn, it's almost never the right call.
Yep, and so I gotta say I am a big fan of the Ornn deck. I just wish it had that little bit more so that it could be able to have that impact in the meta.
Yeah.
Because it is just barely falling short there.
I gotta go catch this.
Catch it.
And so we'll see what
We have Obelisk of Power and Sigil of Storms.
Now, Sigil of Storm can be very punishing, having to be able to recycle a rune on Conquer, and that can be a very big cost. It is not something that a seal can pay the cost of. You literally have to recycle here, which is a very big difference maker.
Yeah, and Ornn is totally fine just hanging out and prolonging the game, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then also even having Ornn be able to start with 4, that could be a big difference here. It looks like we are, though, going to be getting an Ezreal out immediately without a seal as a morbid, what is it? I want to call it Morbid Touch. Morbid Return, being discarded.
Nice. Demon or Ornn is able to find their spell songer. Honestly, very important for them to find this card, which is, just the multiplicative nature of it makes it increasingly difficult to defeat.
Yeah.
And it looks like Eraser is played out of Pickpocket. Obviously, you want this for the seals and the gold tokens, but it looks like they don't have another character to play out, and so they just need to put a body on the board.
Yeah.
So no value on the guy, but still a lot of board presence to be had.
Now, one thing you have to be careful about here, though, without the Ornn having anything attached to it right now, that's scary, because if he would have had a Singularity right now, I'm 100% paying that deflect cost.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's like, if I have the chance to be able to get rid of it. So maybe a little bit of a risky play with what Ornn had in hand. He might have had some answers to be able to utilize that here. But now Ornn is in the game. He's got a 7-songer added into hand, and this Ornn can start getting big quick.
Yeah, maybe they have their second copy of Ornn in play already, or just in hand, and they were fine having it die. But all right, we got Conquer from Ornn, and a World Atlas, so they'll be holding for a lot of gold tokens.
Now,
let's see.
Now, the difficult part is, of course, you want to be avoiding the Mind Splitters. You saw how much that set back Brocane in the first game, and so we got to make sure that we avoid that, but luckily it's not going to be hitting this turn, but potentially next turn. But Ornn is walking around naked. He's got a lot of might, but at the same time, it's like he doesn't have any Guardian Angel, so if we suddenly had a good explosive turn from Eraser, that could be something to just immediately end this game against Ornn.
Rocket Brush. Ooh. We get the Spellsonger. And how much is going to lower the power on this thing? We're going 4 to 6, 7, 8. It'll be an 8 power unit, I believe. If this resolves, of course. You could defy Rocket Barrage, I believe.
But it looks like Not So Fast is going to be coming in just right.
Just the same.
But a hard bargain followed up.
Ooh. Rocket Barrage is going to find its mark.
Glad I brushed up on my mixologist rules, because right after I say it never came up the whole weekend at Vegas, it comes up immediately afterwards.
Right.
So again, I love the World Atlas play with Ornn because it just makes him so much more powerful. Now again, we're getting into that difficult situation where now Brocane needs to be able to get a hold of both battlefields. And even with the 5 cards in hand, it seems like that is something that he might be struggling with. He at least has the Azir coming in. Looks like he is going to be activating that to bring the Ornn back. It will remain readied, and that is a powerful combo.
Yes, that is the tech that I finally found. I saw people playing at Vegas that really does solve the Aurelia's reliance. Azir is really the answer. Besides Tiana, the other answer is Azir. I think it's a much stronger answer than Tiana because Azir himself can fight a little bit more for the board if your Ornn goes away. And it's a little bit cheaper than the Tiana Ground Guard. It is a great card for moving your Ornns around.
Well, and here's a difficult part, too. It's Eraser. He's up by a point. He has 7 runes at the ready, 6 cards in hand, but it's like, how do you even go about starting to deal with this board state? Even if you are able to move in and potentially rebuke, say, the Azir, well, then you run into the same problem of Azir being replayed again and doing just a quick switcheroo. So here we go. It looks like the Mind Splitter is getting committed to, but...
Yeah.
Oh, that is going to be another
This is a
crown.
tough choice.
Well, Australia again.
Yeah.
But,
Unfortunately, this Guardian Angel is going to get to hit the board. The one opportunity you really had to go after this Ornn was right then, with your opponent tapped out and with all the revival off the board.
ooh, and seal as well.
Yeah,
Oh, now we're faced up.
yeah. So now this Ornn, what are we at? Got how many gears? 8 gears. He's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 plus
15
2
is
plus
correct.
4.
Yes.
Well, and here's the difficult part, too. It's like, if you choose to attack in on the Azir side, well, then Azir can just activate at action speed, and you switch, and suddenly, boom, there's a 15 might unit there. And so it's like, this is kind of the play that you need to utilize. Now, at least Vex will make it a little bit more expensive, but this is something that, you know, Brocane might be very willing to pay, especially if it means that he's able to take care of this dangerous board state.
Yeah. The value of the Mind Splitter, though, here is that your opponent's hand is face up for this turn. You know he's not interacting with you. The only trick he has up his sleeve is Azir.
Yep.
And so it looks like a called shot is going to be coming in with the Vex activation here, and so trying to get some kind of answers for this board state. Now, at the same time, the only reaction that can be used is the Azir. We know what is in Brocane's hand. But at the same time, when you see 8 cards or 7 cards in hand for the Eraser, do you even switch at this point?
That's not gonna work, I don't think.
Yeah, at this point, once you see the smoke screen, the temptation to switch becomes very high.
Yes.
Particularly because this Ornn is sitting on a GA. Even if they manage to push over top of the Ornn, you're going to trade out with a unit and keep your Ornn alive on the board.
Yep, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to be happening. The bait and
Oh, it's
switch
so
has
fun.
been activated, and now you are met with a 15 behemoth that is going to maybe be rebuked here.
Yeah, and it's only deflect 2 without the Spellsongers. And so you are
Nice.
giving up 4 runes, but that is the best tempo play you can make in this circumstance.
Yes. Sir.
Okay. You give up 1 fewer, which is great, because of Vex, but it's still so expensive.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, though, too. Now, it sucks in the sense that Ornn's going to have to rebuild the board state, but you're not necessarily at the biggest loss. You still have Azir that's able to get that mobility in. It's going to be 6-5. You're going to be up on points. Oh, there's the ride the win. Never mind. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, we saw 2 ride the wins in the first game, and they're actually coming in clutch now. Though, this is a very expensive sequence from the Ezreal, and they're really hoping to win off of this right now.
Yeah. Now, they did get their card draw, finally, off the Ezreal, but this is going to clear the board entirely. And that is actually pretty much just game winning in this circumstance, because Ornn can't accelerate. Unless you draw an accelerating card off the top of the deck, your opponent's going to go to 6 here, and you cannot push him off the field.
Yep. The maybe they have Thousand Tailed Watcher in their deck, and that would be pretty good. though I'm
Yeah.
not too sure if that is a feature of many lists.
I think with Watcher, with Azir taking the step into these decks, Watcher has been the card that gets pushed out.
Got it. Yeah, and you can't even do Tiana because you need to be on a battlefield for effect to be active.
Yeah, and you
Let's
only have
see
7
what the
runes. So even if you add Watcher, you can't accelerate it.
This is true. This is true.
And so trying
All
to
right,
dig
Cam.
for any answers right now. And that's going to be
Enough. The eternal Ornn problem is I lose to Rebuke, and once again we see it.
Yeah, and that's the risk and reward. It's like, look, I had to pay 3 runes in the power cost to be able to deal with your Ornn, but at the same time, it's like, cool, then I won the game. And so that's the hardest part. If you can figure out how to deal with the Ornn problem, then you're able to usually get ahead in that case. And so we're going into game 3. We'll see what Brocane can do against Eraser. And if he's maybe able to win out, I mean, there still is a lot of game left to be played.
Yeah.
It's never nothing. It's never nothing.
Ornn's Forge, Veiled Temple. I don't think Veiled Temple is what it's... Didn't we see Veiled Temple already, or was that a different game?
I think that was last round, if I recall correctly.
Okay, yeah.
Oh boy. Oh.
It's an interesting tech in this sort of Miracle Ezreal list to ready up your seals.
Yeah. And it can be something very powerful to help you out here. But again, now you're teched in for a lot of the gear removal, and we were able to see what that was able to do. Even when Brocane had some answers like Not So Fast, that sequencing to get rid of the 7-songer was just so powerful to start that momentum shift and to make a big impact.
Hit crew.
I
Not
think
as strong
Oh,
without the
Hit
coal.
Yeah.
But does provide a little bit of value early on in the game that Ornns don't always have access to.
It looked to me like a pickpocket. No, it does just seem to be a pit crew. I was like, oh, another pit crew without value. Pickpocket rather without value. But it looks like maybe this Poro is hanging. Yeah. And Ornn will be able to reconquer if they so choose.
Yeah, and the big thing here, too, is Ezreal's been able to set up the board state. I like that. But if the Ezreal starts missing on his card draw, ooh, and there's a Singularity coming in, that's going to be a big turn right there, taking out the Ezreal.
Yeah.
And
That's a pretty good turn.
And
taking advantage here of the complacency that players often get when they play against Ornn is you get the feeling that Ornn's not going to play the game until
Later
a
on.
few turns later. And so a lot of players will just start setting up all their engines and be like, all right, I'm prepping for Ornn. And then that Singularity is not expected to show up that early.
No, it's not. It really isn't.
so it looks like Stupefy might be here to get some card draw, trying to get some answers.
Superfly brings the pit crew into Wages of Pain range. Is something important to think about as well.
Yeah. Anything you could do to get rid of this pit crew is great, because getting the Guardian Angel off the board is abundantly
massive-
valuable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Though you are looking right now at 2 turns until that blue Ornn can hit the board, you're not worried about the Ornn.
Ooh.
But the Rocket Barrage is going to be going off and taking out the Guardian Angel. And even with all the cards in hand right now, the pit crew is going to have to put in the work here, because Ezreal, one, has to rebuild, so that's a big chance here. And there we go with the pickpocket itself being able to destroying the Seal of Discord, and that's going to be creating a gold to allow the rat to move back.
Oh, the pickpocket.
Big ordering
steals back
mistake
the
here from
money.
Brocane
Yeah.
is if a big ordering mistake there from Brocane, because if he moves that pit crew back to base and then pickpockets, the gold can ready the pit crew to go across to the other battlefield. I guess deciding that having the presence at Veiled Temple is more valuable than the double conquer on that turn.
Yeah, and we'll see if how that's gonna impact the game, because if Brocane is struggling in the end game to get that final point, it could be something to really set him back at that.
Yeah, it
Of
might be a
course, not
calculated
repeats.
decision. He might message me later and be like, "No, I meant to do that." But
But that's just how
it
Brocane
does.
is. He'll never say
Yeah.
that he's wrong in that.
It does certainly look a little bit confusing to end up with a pickpocket at a battlefield and a pit crew at base with only 1 point scored.
It is a little funny.
Meditation, yeah, tons of draw in Ornn. That's sort of the
This go around, yeah.
yeah, it's the world of, if you're gonna play a deck that relies on drawing Spellsonger to really do what it wants to do, you have to run enough card draw to go find it.
Agreed. And you're not playing purple, so you can't stack deck for it. You can't miracle. You can't call shot it. You gotta do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. It's also a tool to, like, in particular, meditation. If your Ornn is at a battlefield, it's a tool to go search for Shurelias, because you can exhaust your Ornn to draw the extra card. You find Shurelias. Shurelias already the Ornn anyway.
Yeah, and one thing, I mean, it might just be that Brocane really wanted to stay on even points while still maintaining board presence, because that alone,
Yeah.
people have been locked down on that 7 points and trying to conquer both. And so, I mean, that might be a big aspect of that too.
Definitely.
But it looks like we might be going for a trade here. And so, yeah, getting rid of the pit crew, that might be something to just try to slow down Brocane at this point. But even still, Ezreal is trying to maintain the card draw, trying to find the answers, and is able to now refill his hand. But is it almost a little too late, as we see Brocane being up 4-1?
Yeah,
There's
this
still
is-
a lot of game to be played.
Yeah, there's still game to be played, but this is kind of the biggest disaster that you can run into in Ornn, is you're not supposed to be behind.
Yeah, against Ornn, yeah.
You're never supposed to be down 6-1 against this deck.
All right. I feel like I would have pushed back. All right, 5 on. Okay. Ride the wind. Here
Oh,
comes
this
Vi.
gets defied.
Here comes Vex, rather. All right, now let's see what massive. Oh, they're saying that the combat resolves. Ooh, and a rebuke? Yeah, in
take-
combat, you want a rebuke.
Yeah. It's
So you can run
unfortunate
back
there.
the same play as last time.
Yeah. It's unfortunate there that the rebuke has to get used on the pit crew, because the pit crew's sitting at 5 might.
Yep,
Because the pit crew's the one that can accelerate back into the board.
exactly. It just needs to have one gear at home, like that
This
one.
pit crew could actually just win the game here if we have 2 more gear in hand.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, just like conquer this battlefield, run over and get the other one.
Seal, and you win the game, yeah.
You go 7 here. And do they want to play
It would
2?
It would be an instant classic if Brocane plays an Ornn deck and then wins without playing Ornn the entire
Yeah,
game.
right. Oh, we want to do something else.
Oh, full turn rewind.
Oh, interesting.
Second pit crew.
I
Okay,
see, yeah, because then it
that's-
readies both. Push, they both are ready. Yeah, that'll win the game unless
That'll do it.
there's fight or flight.
Whoa. And so that's gonna be it, as Brocane takes the game with Ornn against an Ezreal. So I mean, I just gotta say, very thrilling match, and you get to see what Pit Crew can do.
Yeah,
Pit crew's a good card.
yeah, Pit Crew, a card I remember distinctly when that card was revealed, looking at the community server and people just laughing at the ridiculousness of that card existing, because it looked horrible in set 1. It was like, why would I ever play a 3-for-3 when the only gear I want to play is a seal.
Mm-hmm.
And set 2 has shown that the rats are strong.
Here to play. And really shows the power of readying units in this game. In other card games, things aren't able to be used the exact turn that they come into play. But
just light work. It's fine. What can I say?
You're gonna see a lot of math, making fun of your math in game 1.
Hey, funny enough, I had to pull out the calculator.
Yeah.
We're getting crazy over there.
Yeah, if I hadn't had so much experience at Vegas doing Ornn math for myself, I probably wouldn't have been checking on it so aggressively.
Was it the base power? I usually forget base power.
yeah, it was
That is exactly what you were doing. You were down 4 for like the entire first game on your Ornn counters.
At one point in the game, he was like, no point in calculating anymore. I can't get over that.
That sounds about right.
All right, guys.
All right, guys. So we are going to be moving into another game. We're going into Ek Pilot versus Asakura. And so it looks like that is going to be a Jax versus Aurelia. We're not sure what game that we are in currently, but we'll enjoy it for however long we are here.
Nice. Now Jax. Oh, yeah.
Yep, reaction speed brutalizer. People do not play around this.
Bonk.
Now Aurelia's 8 runes up. There's no way that this combat sticks with where it is right now.
Yeah.
But it looks like an Unguard is at least going to be coming in here to help shift the tides a little bit. But we'll see if that's going to be able to make a big enough impact. I mean, both competitors have so many cards in hand and still so many runes ready. I mean, we still could also even see potentially a Counter-Strike coming into play here, too.
Yeah, Counter-Strike.
Me and the folks at home. Oh, there it is.
Yep, hi.
What this one does. Choose a unit. Next time this unit will be dealt damage this turn, prevent it. Draw 1 card. This is Defiable.
It is one of the strongest signature spells, I think, in the game.
This is for
just
sure.
Period. It's the ability to just deny an entire push because all combat damage is dealt at once. It does not matter how overkilled your unit is.
Yeah. Though it looks like the Aurelia is able to get in this time around.
Yeah. Look at the cards in hand.
So many cards. Now Aurelia's gonna be zipping over to the other side.
Yeah, this is a little scary now. Jax kind of went all in on this Poro side. He has a few runes left for the Jax.
Ooh, Flash GA.
Yeah, Flash GA is super good. EK Pilot, though, is in a really tough spot where even if he manages to double conquer next turn, this Aurelia is going to survive.
Yeah.
And Ek Pilot is then only at 6.
Yeah. At that point, Aurelia is only going to need to do the double cap or hold to win, and they'll have full runes, cards. Their grip is very full.
Yeah, and this is it's an interesting thing I've seen. These Jax lists that have been inspired by Vegas are very card draw heavy. Delacorn, they have all the card draw battlefields. And something I keep seeing happen to these decks is that they end the game in a loss with 8 cards left in hand. And to me, that means we're drawing too much because we're drawing more than we actually get to do.
Yes.
And at a certain point, we have to be willing to play with fewer cards in hand in order to actually use the cards we have and doing things with our energy that aren't drawing cards as best as we can.
Agreed. And it looks like we probably got to draw, with the Jax on the equip.
The hard part is, though, if there's a rebuke here, you're happily paying that because that's just GG at that point. You might have to worry about the not so fast and things. Odds are it is in that hand. I mean, even at the same time, could even have a ride the wind. Oh, but it looks like no, not in that case. It is going to back out and be able to have a very important point score here for the Jax.
Yeah, not so. Rebuke looks really scary there with not so fast available, because if you go down to 4 runes, and still lose the combat, you're looking at a really tough spot on the combat after. Challenge could be game winning here.
Ooh, yeah, this is very strong if it goes through. Getting rid of that Aurelia is massive.
Yeah,
massive, rather.
Yeah, it would be. And Omni Helix, for you asking your question of what would the best Discord for peeps wanting to learn this game, I would probably say the Runes and Rift Discord server. They have a good competitive scene where you can also play against people and learn the game that way, going against all levels of competitors. And then if you really want to test your luck, they also have a ranked channel as well. And so this is going to be a big turn right now for Aurelia, though, because you got to try to, even if you don't conquer both, you can try to conquer one, but you see how many cards are in hand for the Jax here, and it's like, all right, well, we're basically playing my answers versus your answers and who can win out here.
Yeah. The Jax starts a little bit, the rough part is this Brutalizer is now really weak on defense. And this could be a major problem. As well as if this Lonely Poro gets the Conquer off, you can ready it with Aurelia and then push in with 2 units against the Jax.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that's going to be interesting, too. At the quick draw with the Guardian Angel, though, coming in, that is going to be adding 1 more additionally. Without...
And you can ready 2 runes if you'd like to right now.
So that's essentially a free spell. Or a free gear, I mean.
If Ekpilot remembers to ready his 2 runes, he can get 2 runes. Back, get a free GA, force Aurelia to play in, and this mitigates a little bit. Yes, excellent. Mitigates the fact that you started this turn down runes. So now we're at everybody. You're playing 8, she's playing 7 runes. Who has more? Who has more stuff to do?
So, and even if you, because it is, let me see. So, when you attach equipment to me, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. So still has a chance to be able to potentially buff a unit and also channel a rune exhausted if there happens to be anything else that is attached.
Yeah. Seems like these 2 runes got unreadied again. I don't know how that happened.
He said he played a card and there we go. Okay.
No, okay.
Okay.
But still, that was a huge victory right there. Now, yes, you are still going to be having the Poro draw a card because it did die alone. But still, now you have a very difficult situation with Aurelia needing to conquer, if anything, at least 1. But if not, there is a lot there that Jax could answer to.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. This Jax deck does run first mates, and with 8 cards in hand, you have to assume that 1 is in there.
Yeah. They found 1.
But without first mates, there's not a lot of ways for Jax to get battlefield to battlefield. As far as I remember looking at a lot of the Jax lists going around, first mate's really the only mobility they're running. But I don't think they run Wallop. So, gonna be a little bit reliant here on that going through. Ooh, punch first.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, this could be a massive impact on the game. On guard to answer.
On guard.
Do we choose to ready the Aurelia right now? Because that could also give her another +2. So she could go up to 14 off this on guard when it resolves.
Yep, 14.
Yeah, and with the Boots of Swiftness, all of the spells that get played on this Aurelia are going to get played for both combats. Meanwhile, Jax's spells only get played for this combat. That's the strong part.
Yeah, so Jax really needs to find like another punch first, but they only have 2 more orange runes, body runes rather.
Yeah, so a difficult predicament, and it looks like we are just going to be stacking here, and...
Burst speed, Bone Shiver. And that's not enough.
Oh, but a punch
There's
first
the other punch
might...
first.
But is there a Defy?
Can't defy
doesn't-
punch.
Or,
can't
oh, wait,
defy
no,
this.
never mind. Sorry. Nope, it's good. Sorry.
You can Defiant Dance this. There's like a number of cards that get the Aurelia out of this situation.
It's true.
I'm not too sure if this is where we wanted to. I suppose we needed to do the fight. Whoa!
Whoa! No!
The bricked hand of all time. That is the worst hand I've ever witnessed.
Amazing.
I
That's
never
what we
would have
play the
guessed
games,
that.
folks.
Well, and you look at the discard too. I mean, we have a Charm, 2 Unguards, a Not So Fast, and Ride the Wind. Not a single signature spell was
Or
used there.
Discipline.
Yeah, or Discipline.
Wow. And the Bone Shiver equipped to channel a rune to find the second orange was there. So they got a little lucky with that.
They did.
That is hilarious. That's
Crazy
I mean,
games
if
are
I'm
happening here on the Silent Night Champions of the Rift weekly.
Yeah, we've had some really interesting games that have been coming about here. I mean, we had the Kai'Sa that won game 1 with a decked out Kai'Sa, which is just absolutely insane. And then even on the flip side of all that, now we've had also a Aurelia brick beyond all reason with, 8 cards in hand?
Yeah, that was... If I'm that player, you sometimes just have to, stare at the sky and realize that you were not meant to win.
Yeah.
Is that sometimes whatever is out there has decided that winning is not your thing today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, what am I looking at?
Well, it was an Azir game. It looks like they might have just been finishing up there.
I see a Karthus and a Machine Evangel.
Yeah, so that is...
This is
That's
a
what I
gamer. This is a gamer who knows what they want.
So...
Baited hook Karthus Evangel. Love it.
But we are coming to the tail end. There's only about 10 minutes left in the game. Yep, and it looks like pretty much everyone is about finished here in this current board state. And so we might be at a little bit of a standstill. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket at this point. Yeah, and it looks like we are waiting for just the final 2 people. We're waiting for Terra, always waiting on him. But that's just how it is.
Yeah, Terra, renowned Miracle player. He played Miracle Sivir. He's moving on to Draven. Terra is a time taker. You sit down for a game with Terra, you should expect the hour to be filled.
So, and for those of you who might be curious, Terra is also currently streaming on Twitch. He streams each and every one of his tournaments. And here we go. Looks like Ekpilot, actually. Heyo, I for sure thought I lost when he attacked. The Aphelios triggered to get an orange rune for the second punch first was a gamble. Yeah, but I mean, man, that was absolutely clutch. That was so cool to be able to see.
Yeah. Playing to your outs is an important part of card games, and you found it.
Yep,
So
and
congratulations to you.
he missed. I cannot believe. I mean, that sigh of relief you probably had, Ekpilot, when they showed their hand and it was 8 cards. Okay, Sylveon's dropping. Okay. It's just so crazy.
Yeah, that is got to be 8 of the worst cards you could... that's got to be the worst 8-card hand I've ever seen.
Especially in that situation.
Yeah.
What cards are available to be defied out of the... I suppose the signature spell. So there's...
Got about 3 minutes left around, it looks like.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a couple of drops right now. Nothing too crazy. So yeah, guys, we are going to be here for a couple more minutes. And then actually, it looks like round 3 just got paired. Oh, and luckily, Sylveon and Casual Knight got paired together, and they both just dropped. So that's perfect.
Great.
You know, we'll take
Sometimes
the cards where they
the
fall.
blessing is there. Yeah.
Yep.
We're to the third round, it looks like, or
Yep,
fourth round?
we're going into the final round right now, so we are going to be finishing at 23 after the hour, and we'll see. Now, with that being said, we have a couple of people on the leaderboard that have been doing pretty good so far. So, a couple of undefeated still, and I think we might have to do a little bit of either Eagle Eye or Terra. So if you guys have a preference, please let me know.
None for me.
I'm here to see some good Riftbound.
Uh-oh, Siri said he might be dropping, but looks like on accident said it a bit too late. It was right at the cusp of that, so yeah, it looks like we are going to be going in. Maybe one more with Siri. If you do want to drop, it is, unfortunately... Wow, that was a bit dramatic.
Dang.
Apologies.
There's a mute button, my dude.
It came out too fast.
I know, I get that. I've had so many coughs even on stream, sometimes sneak through too. We had a lot of people getting sick at Vegas. A lot of people.
Yeah, I was lucky to not get sick.
You throw enough gamers in one location, somebody's gonna get sick.
Like you throw enough people in location.
Yeah, that's true. It's true of people.
Yep, definitely true there. And so,
Yeah.
great event. Whatever isn't Miracle. So yeah, looks like we're going Eagle then.
I am gonna blame. I'm gonna heavily blame my teacher job as the reason I didn't get sick. Because I have dealt with all the germs already this year. The middle schoolers have more germs than any convention, and so at this point I feel like I am an Iron Man against illness.
Yeah, definitely. And so, for better or worse, at least. So it looks like we are going to be going in. I think we're going to go Siri in this case. He's staying up late. He was going to drop and go to sleep, so we'll cast him in this case. And see how his gameplay does. It looks like it is going to be actually an Azir versus Aurelia, which could be a really fun matchup.
If my memory serves, this is the Azir player who we saw with a Karthus and a baited hook in the last game.
Well,
and I want to see this.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever wanted to see a deck get played more than what I'm looking at right now.
So
I see Aspirants climb, so they want to be cooking for a while.
Yeah, and so as we get into this mulligan, I mean, it's here's the thing too, because it's like, yeah, Azir can get the numbers, but on the flip side, Aurelia can get the momentum, and so it's going to be who can manage to come out on top with all this.
Yeah. Sneaky deckhand opened. Oh, and Azir with no turn 1 play is pretty wild. My big question with Azir hook is clearly you're using the Sand Soldiers as your bait for this hook. What exactly are you hoping to find? I imagine there's maybe a Harness Dragon in the deck to be looked for. But what else are you looking for in green yellow? What is the goal out of this hook?
Obviously, I saw the Karthus from before, so
yeah,
there was that too.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, and you know, especially once we have our opponent be able to even figure out what kind of deck, if Siri might be caught off guard because of the uniqueness that this Azir might be bringing. And so already being able to start with the boyfriend sword, not going to be creating a unit just yet.
Boyfriend sword's got to be my favorite so far.
The big furry swords. Ooh, Divine Stance.
That's a big answer right there too. Is it?
4-2.
That's 4 against 4.
It's just
Yeah,
gonna go
that'll
through.
trade.
Yeah, but then immediately you're able to create
Oh.
a Sand Soldier token and immediately equip something with it.
Re-equipped. Yeah. The Bilgewater Freljord sword over there.
Also, for those of you who don't know, Siri has made custom legends for a lot of the champions and legends in this game. And so what you're looking at is a custom legend card that they specifically have uploaded themselves for them to be able to use. And on their Discord, they also have all the stuff on a Google Drive so that you can do the same. Right, and that would be such a cool one. That is such good artwork that they have for the Aurelia. And so right here, this is getting a little explosive for the Azir this turn.
Yeah. A question that I have seen a lot is the legality of custom cards. They are allowed so long as you don't cover the text or the name or the cost. So long as your opponent can still like pick up the card and read what it says, you can do anything you want to the artwork as long as it doesn't mark the card.
That's pretty cool.
Of course, a recommendation that probably any judge will give you if you're bringing a card that you've custom done to a tournament is to bring a backup, show the custom card to the head judge at the event before the first game, and say, just to make sure you're okay if I do this. And then if somebody says no, then you have the backup card, just in case.
Because otherwise, you might be screwed. And the last thing you
Yes.
want is to be screwed before round 1 of a tournament. Normally, you want to
Yeah.
wait till around round 3.
Yeah, most of the judges that I've seen are going to be, like, I've met and spoken to are fairly lenient, so long as they can't see any reason why it would give you a gameplay advantage, you're going to be fine. But it is in the tournament rules that it is at the discretion of head judge, so always good to just check in first so that you don't get called out mid-round. It becomes a whole dramatic thing. It's ideal.
Because, yeah, that could be one of the big things, too. It just takes one person to try to... most people would be actually probably really cool and admiring a custom card, but, it just takes that one person to try to ruin that experience for you, unfortunately. But even with that, though, the Azir is making impacts here. It's currently 4-4 in Game 1 of the final round of this tournament, so we'll see what else is able to be brought here. But it looks like the baited hook was discovered, so some things can start getting moved here. And again, I can only imagine what Siri might be thinking at this point. It's like, wait, a baited hook Azir, what does that even mean?
Let's go fishing.
Is it Spectral Matron, potentially, as well as a possible option?
I mean,
that's a miss. That's a miss.
I wouldn't put it past him. Definitely a Spectral Matron. That just seems like one of the most obvious add-ons, at least. But still, you do not want to find that Soaring Scout.
Spectral Matron also doesn't pick up the Azir if that's something you want. Not that you do want that, but it doesn't pick it up.
Yep, and this will be the last round of the day. We play 4 rounds every Tuesday. And so once we are done with this round, that will be it. You guys are good to experience the rest of your night however you see fit. But it will not be with a tournament, that's for sure. So this Aurelia, though, has still been able to at least keep a good game going, which is what was needed, especially with how Azir was able to hit the ground running. That sneaky deckhand early was really helpful. The Tide Turner was able to make a good impact into the game. And so now what could have been a big point deficit is actually a pretty close situation here. So I'm going to be curious to see what else is going to happen as a Death Grip is activated. And we'll see what is sacked. It might be the Sand Soldier with the BF sword.
Probably with the best friend sword over there.
Yep. Death Grip, a card that
+5 and a draw card.
was a card that was eroded. But yeah, +5 is really nice.
But, I mean, Aurelia still has 5 cards in hand, all 10 runes up. You're going to be, I mean, even just 1 Defy at this point could be a big impact here. But it looks like
Defy is big, and to be honest, if you have a Boots of Swiftness in hand. This isn't the end of the world. You can probably get Aurelia up to push over everything anyway.
Yeah. So looks like it is going to go through successfully. The Tide Turner will fall, but that's still going to be having the 10 runes and an Aurelia up with only 1 rune left on the side of Gameslayer.
Yeah. Big thing here is you don't even really need to use many spells. Siren is a card that I have been a fan of since set 1. I am big on the Siren. Because you can use this, you can pull Aurelia back to base and then actually ready her. Because you chose her. And it's a strong card for getting extra movement out.
Curious, what were you using the Siren in set 1 for?
Yasuo. I ran it as a one of in Yasuo because
Sure.
as somebody who only likes doing things that aren't good when I play card games, I would only use the purple Yasuo.
Oh,
and
to get an extra point on.
what you can do with, if you have Siren with purple Yasuo, is you can actually, I think it was with just 9 runes, with like Siren out on board, Yasuo legend ability, and I think 1 other movement spell, you can conquer with a different unit to go to 7, and then play the Yasuo and move him back and forth. Without ever even needing to double conquer for your 8th point. You can like basically do it from hand without starting a showdown.
Whoa, that was an interesting play right there too. A glass mixologist being sacrificed.
Yeah, that is
Here we
a
go. Find
super
the-
fun combo. Bring everything
yeah.
out. Machine
And
Herald, then you get the Vanguard Captain from the trash. This is a massive board.
now the hard part is, though, you're still going to have to be able to deal with the board state that Aurelia is going to be able to dish out, especially being at 6 points. Now, luckily,
Yeah.
Aurelia does not have a lot of cards in hand, so might not be able to get all the answers needed, but still, you have a lot in your back row here, and just saying pass with 1 rune up. I don't know. That seems a little
That
risky for
doesn't look good.
Gameslayer.
That seems risky.
We're on
Yeah,
aspirants is the thing. He's got
Oh,
another
yeah.
You're
turn.
so right. You're so
Never
right.
mind.
You're so right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Good looks. Good looks.
Yep.
We did mention this at the beginning of the hour.
So, still though, the ability to conquer both of these, you're gonna have to find a way to be able to defend.
Yeah. You're not a real Riftbound player until you've forgotten aspirants.
Yep.
It's just it's a rite of
Rite of
passage.
passage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Missing Arena's greatest. It happens at the beginning. It's like, all right, it happened. But aspirants, you have to keep your eye on it the whole time.
Yeah. And they did change the tournament rules to make the arena's greatest a lot more forgiving.
Oh, okay.
Which is a plus. I
Yes.
do enjoy when the game isn't as Machiavellian.
Yeah, it's like your tournament rules should obviously require people to know the rules of the game, but they shouldn't be punitive. Like you shouldn't punish people for things that don't make an impact on the quality of gameplay.
Yeah. That's why I was a big fan of the chosen champion ruling change. That was big as well.
Yeah.
As well as the falling star reflexive trigger nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we now love the Acathian Rain text. Deal 2 to a unit, deal 2 to a unit,
to a
deal
unit.
2 to a unit. The best text in the game.
And so this is going to be a big deal for the Azir player. He's going to have to move in and hopefully get a defense set up for what Aurelia might be able to answer. And so this is a difficult situation, but even if you are potentially able to have baited hook, hit something big that really just gives you a board state that you need, otherwise, I'm just not necessarily sure what could be done here for a Gameslayer to be able to survive this.
Well, we have found the point, so it's time to start hooking.
Well, here I go hooking again.
Silent, are we on typical tournament rules for timing on game loss, round loss?
Refresh me on that.
10 minutes match loss, 2 minutes game loss.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Even for the last round, correct, yep. And so it looks like, yeah, there is going to be a lot of refreshing the board state. Also, finding the glass is going to be a big help there on trying to get things moving in. And then also finding the Vanguard captain. And so it looks like very well might just be making a big push to put as much down as possible, make it as difficult to try to get over at this point. You have a lot of gear that you can potentially add to the equation here too. But man, I mean, even with all that, is Aurelia able to then find a way?
Yeah, the thing is also that Aurelia has the GA, so she can go in, just like trade herself with like a bunch of units, and then simply go in again with already off of the hero power. But I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19, 22 on the left side, 20, 25, 26 on the left side, and 2 on the right.
I mean, that might be enough. That very well could be. Aurelia.
Yeah, No, go ahead.
No, go. Aurelia can still get really big, and I think especially that point with the Guardian Angel, that could be the big difference maker here. But we'll see.
Yeah, the thing I'm looking for from Azir here is a kill spell, like a Hidden Blade.
A Hidden Blade would be huge for them.
You have to be able to get rid of this Guardian Angel before she is allowed to trade with half of your units, because if she's allowed to use that Guardian Angel and then re-push in, she really only has to reach 14
12, yeah.
to conquer this turn, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Very small
And
amount.
if you can deny that, then you're forcing her to reach up to 27, 28 might, which is a huge difference in the number of spells you're requiring Aurelia to have.
Yeah. Though, if I was the Azir, I probably would have hid the Hidden Blade to represent like 2 kill spells, or if I had it. So
Yeah, and you can't guarantee that a baited hook Azir runs Hidden Blade, because how would I know what baited hook Azir runs?
Yeah.
But it looks like we get a commitment going in with the Aurelia moving in. One's going to be maybe tapped. As a Defiant Dance is going to be coming in, that is going to be adding 3. That's a swing of 5 in total, which is why Defiant Dance can be so powerful.
For just 1 mana and a power, as well as drawing a card off of Dreaming Tree here. So a lot of power might come in the way of the Emperor of Shurima.
Now, the hard part about this situation, too, is Guardian Angel, of course, will be spent. But then at the same time, Aurelia will still keep the might. It's just losing essentially a -1. So it can deal the damage, move back. It still has the Defiant Dance advantage, and can then just move right back in.
That's so right. Let's see what this last card is from a air player. Is it a Defy?
I don't know. They keep pinging the Unsung Hero for some reason. But so we'll see on what they're able to do then with this. But that is going to be a card drawn. So it looks like it did go through successfully. Dreaming Tree is activated at that point, and we'll see what the rest of this turn holds.
Dreaming Tree is activated as soon as the card gets chosen.
That's true, too.
The Unsung Hero being at 0, the goal of that is so that the Tide Turner can do that all by itself.
Mm. And so it looks like Death Grip is going to be coming in.
Just for 1?
Might be just trying to draw cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shuffles the might, but doesn't do anything else for you.
Yeah, I would have had the BF Sword on an Unsung Hero to be able to draw to. It looks like that's what's happened, actually.
They got a Dreaming Tree draw and a Death Grip draw.
Okay.
Oh, sure, sir. Never mind then.
So yeah, you could have, if you'd had the BF Sword on the Unsung Hero and killed off of that one card.
Be able to draw an extra 2 rather.
Yeah. Now, of course, how much practice do we think that one has with baited hook Azir is another question that can be asked.
So it looks like the damage will be
Yeah, get rid of
dealt.
the gear.
And still with 8 runes at the ready and a lot of cards in hand, it'll be interesting to see then what is able to be done here.
Yeah, and the mixologist here is not really relevant because whatever unit you play from the trash is going to have to deal with the healed Aurelia. And so as long as you leave the mixologist up for last, it can play a unit from the trash, but that unit is not going to be able to contribute to this combat. You could theoretically put it at aspirants to try to fight with the Tide Turner, but Aurelia is probably going to be able to gank as well.
Yep. And so it looks like that very well might be the case. That's going to be a big win right there. Now, of course, we're going to be adding another 5, but just like you said, that is going to be it's going to be with a freshly healed. A brand new combat is going to be started, though I don't necessarily think they realize that. I think the damage is still there because they just sacked the Guardian Angel.
Yeah, that is not... I mean, I don't think it matters too much into the outcome of this particular game, but that is not exactly how this is supposed to work.
So, but still...
they might have thought that because units are still there, Aurelia gets recalled. That is also not correct. The unit is played after the recall step of the cleanup. So it stages an immediate another showdown.
So luckily was still able to get that win, but yeah, that could be something to really change up the gameplay right there. And so luckily the Aurelia was able to still win the game. But that's the tough part. There's some really tricky rulings with a lot of that.
Yeah, it's a rule book that is deceptively challenging. It seems as simple as like everything does what it says on the card, but there's too many things that all enter the stack at the same time to always know exactly which one comes first.
Yep, and I mean, that was a surprisingly close game. You got to see what the Azir was able to do, and it held pretty dang well, and almost took a game from Aurelia.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the sideboard is affecting the gameplay here.
But that's going to be the hard part. It's like, what does...
Valmos is really good.
What does Aurelia try to do at this point as we go into game number 2?
Yeah, any gear hate from Aurelia becomes really relevant to get rid of the hook. From the Azir side, if you have Call the Weak in sideboard, that's probably what you're looking to put in.
Yeah.
Much better start this game than last game. Last game going first, it looks like they don't run any of the one-cost gear or equipments in the Azir side, which eliminates your ability to play the Sand Soldier on turn 1. With the Obelisk, now you are able to actually get that Sand Soldier out on turn 1 for the extra value.
So we're seeing a lot of risk and reward with this Azir deck, but it is able to still get a lot done as Gameslayer moves into the Vow Mausoleum. The tough part with that, though, is that now it is stuck there. Its own battlefield keeping it there.
Yeah. This is a beautiful Azir go second curve.
Yeah.
This is... Or I guess go first with an Obelisk.
Yeah, exactly what you want when you want it.
Yeah.
Goes to 2. Though Azir is totally fine having his Sand Soldiers just standing out in the fields, waiting to be sacrificed.
Yeah.
Oh, but the hook is found, so this could really be well timed to get things moving as the BF sword is going to be the sacrificial lamb, and we'll see what's found.
We're looking for a 6 here.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Dangar Kethin gets 2 guys.
And then a Cole.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's huge. Though, the Defy is coming right out.
And so that was
Alright, we play
a lucky save. Lucky save right there. But the hard part now is Aurelia has low card count in hand. And so I'm going to be curious to see what we can then do to try to get things moving again as the Vex moves into the Vialmaz. But now that we have some equipment out, you can attach like a Brutalizer, use the baited hook, find something big, and keep things moving. So this could be a big momentum shift here for the Azir, who really needs it right now because you're down a game.
Yeah. I also don't hate the idea here of pushing into Obelisk for 4 and burning 6 energy off of Aurelia. As Aurelia is like pleading with 6 energy up for you to push into Viomaz, let the Vex do Vex things, draw a ton of cards, like blow you out on this turn where you want to be on evens anyway by the end of this game. I don't hate the idea of pushing into Obelisk and leaving everything else available, build up a bit bigger of a board, and just burn 6 energy off of the Aurelia's side that just never gets used.
I love doing that against we're just going anyway against
Okay.
just we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe 7 to 5.
Yeah, 7 to 5.
If this is a Defiant Dance, that's a pretty big burn. Let's see what we got. Oh, Called Shot. Defiant Dance, it.
That Defiant Dance should still cost a power.
Uh,
Vex only goes to a minimum of 1 energy, 1 power. Or no, to a minimum of 1 energy. That is my mistake. I cannot read the card from this far away.
Yeah, that
Alright,
is.
plus 3. So 7 to 8 now, I believe.
And even still, a Ride the Wind on top of that to be able to get out of that situation and
Get
get
out
a
of
much
jail.
needed point still. But still, this is looking like a very much a struggle right now for Aurelia as a whole. I mean, not necessarily finding the card draw and trying to evade combat. It's a situation you definitely do not want to be in.
Yeah. The lucky thing that Aurelia has going for her here is that Azir just whiffed really hard.
Yeah.
But even more so, Azir's really low on runes, and because you managed to score on your opponent's turn, you're actually evening the game.
This is true.
The hard part is, though, top decking Aurelia never necessarily feels great, so we got to see what you can do to try to get that card draw back, fill up the hand to be able to start to deal with this board state. You're right, that was a big whiff there on the baited hook, only finding an unsung hero. That's not what you want to see, but now Siri has to be able to capitalize on that this turn and be able to start getting some things moving, but it also feels like maybe the Aurelia right now might be a little bit of a desperation play.
Yeah, I would really be praying for a Stellacorn here if I was on the Aurelia side. I'm low on cards. I want something that can compete for the next turn or two. Because right now, if I'm throwing everything on the board, I'm really opening myself up to run out of cards by the time I'm trying to get to 8.
Right? We're going in. Right?
Well, and here's also the interesting part. I love the idea of Unsung Hero being able to
Karthus!
be sacrificed
Karthus.
here, but we have a Karthus coming here.
Draw so many cards.
You're
We don't
dead.
have 2 yellows
Yeah,
to
that's the hard part.
attach. Well, I guess Brutalizer counts.
Yeah, and the other thing here is we can use the baited hook channel 2 runes off of the bird as well.
Oh my goodness, you're so right. So we're looking for a 5.
I
Plus.
gotta
Matron, potentially.
I gotta say, I love the idea of this deck. It is so out there. You don't know what you gotta do to prepare to go against this deck, but I mean, fighting a Vanguard captain, again, maybe a little bit of a miss there, but still, that is being able to channel those 2 runes, having a Death Knell ability right there, trigger twice, is huge because
cool.
that can keep getting this
Yeah.
moving forward.
Yeah, the Unsung Hero next turn could draw us 4 cards.
Which would be sick.
It would be so cool.
We've had some really unique games this tournament too, I gotta say. Like, out of everything that I thought we would see in these tournaments, everything was like the last that I thought we would see here.
Yeah. I'm really intrigued to see how this next turn goes, there are a ton of different play options for Azir. Is we can throw everything into the Vex, accelerate in our Azir, and then drag all of our tokens over to the other side. Though that's a little bit risky. We could try to push over the top of the Aurelia. That is likely a hidden fight or flight. So I guess we could probably see. I didn't look.
Yeah, fight or flight or a Zanya. Yes.
Yeah. Azania's would be very irrelevant at this point. Because if you're Azir, you want to win here.
Yeah, that's going to be the hard part. But even still, if it is a fight or flight and you switch something, I mean, it also could be a tide turner, which would immediately be switching with the Vex and adding 5. And, yep, there it is, the tide turner right there. Oh, he flashed it. Didn't quite activate. There we go. Okay, now he's activating. And so
now the Vex is not in combat, right?
Yeah.
Yes, so the Vex has now left combat after that has resolved. This Unsung Hero is going to get hooked. 100% hooked. For 4 cards. We do the hook before we do the cards that we draw.
Yep.
And that would put both equipment back at base as well. Giving us the chance to sort of cascade our equipment, especially when there's 3 units here. Equipment cascading becomes a lot more appealing.
Yeah.
Especially when you're not against Draven.
Yeah.
The hard part is, though, there's that 1 card left in hand. And even though it is just 1 card, with Aurelia, it could be a very devastating blow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Defiant Dance or Discipline into more stuff.
Yeah. I would love to see gamer player build a big unit to go threaten to trade with the Aurelia first. Because if that Aurelia gets buffed up, or whatever you see that card in hand to be, you can always choose to trade the Vex instead.
Ooh. Though I do like moving the guy there.
Yeah. What do we find?
And so
Machine Evangel.
But it looks like is stacking the other battlefield, so kind of an interesting choice right there. But I get it.
Yeah.
You definitely want to make it as difficult as possible to stop the 8 points, because it is probably going to be Aurelia to do the work there. But Aurelia might only have that 1 chance here. Especially, it looks like it's going to be a full commitment.
Yeah, and with only 2 cards in hand, you might actually be able to stay over top of this Aurelia.
Ooh, Glass Mixologist plus Karthus is pretty sick.
Oh my gosh. And then everything is extended here to try to make this push work. Either Gameslayer wins or he loses. That is it.
I'm all in. 20.
Yeah. Once again, the unfortunate thing with the Mixologist is it just doesn't matter into Aurelia when it's a mono unit deck. If you leave the Mixologist for last, that Death Knell just does not matter, unfortunately.
So there is a discipline at least.
Discipline is so bad news.
Here we go.
At least it gets to draw a card, but this is the 1 send here. Tapping 3. Boots of Swiftness. Oh, with the Vex!
Put the Vex in combat.
That's 17.
And you've got the GA with the potential to re-ready your Aurelia.
And so this might be working the magic to be able to get over this battlefield.
Yeah, you push Aurelia in now. Or you can also do it this way. This is even safer. But you push Aurelia in with the GA, you save the Boots of Swiftness, she trades, and then you can attach the Boots of Swiftness, re-ready her, and push her in. Or in this case, you could also just get larger on your own. You don't even need it.
Very clean from Cocoon.
And then also, even with an Unguard, that is gonna be a win right there. And what a finish to this tournament.
Yeah. I also one hand for the Karthus. I dream of the day that I could like triple Spell Song or Death Knell a Machine Evangel for like 30 recruits.
Could you imagine?
This sounds like something I would bring to a Nexus night.
No, that is absolutely awesome. And some really great gameplay, guys. If you want to be a part of these tournaments, you're always welcome to do so. You're able to join down in the description below. We have the Discord. Just be sure to grab the Champions of the Rift. We play every Tuesday at 6 Eastern. Whether you want to play one round or all four, you're more than welcome to do so. Also, David also runs a tournament every Friday. If you want to do another plug for that, I will post your Discord one more time.
Yep, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but yes, we run a tournament every Friday night called Friday Night Fights. It's free entry, but we put a little bit of money on the line to see some more competition. But always welcoming to newer or older Riftbound players.
And so, yep, they kind of do the same format that we do. It just works out great that way. And then see what happens. But it's been a great opportunity to be able to have both of you guys on. We are going to be calling it there for the night. Any final words before we send it?
None for me. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a wonderful evening.
All right,
Thank you.
guys. Yep, so this is Champions of the Rift. I'm Silent Knight, joined with David and the Slipster, and that is going to be us signing off.